Hi!
Hello everyone, our beautiful friends.
I fixed the gain so we shouldn't be blowing out the goddamn microphone this week. I don't know if I told you about that, but I left the mic gain on Stardew settings by accident.
Oh no!
We have a once a week thing where we play games with our friends, but we have to have the microphone is further away from us for that because Adrian doesn't sit at my desk when we do that. So we have the gain up higher on the mic so they can hear us, but when I forget to change the setting back, then the audio last week was bad, and I'm sorry. I wish I could fix it in retrospect, but there's nothing I can do. It can't be helped, I'm afraid. But I didn't...
Unfortunately, because I also made Hachijo extremely loud.
Well, yeah, multiple people said that they thought it was on purpose for some sort of bit related to you doing Hachijo really loud. But it wasn't too bad if you turned Twitch volume
I'm so
up to
sorry!
1. If we sound awful, you need to say something.
Please, this is a beg. If the audio is unpleasant in any way, please tell us.
Because, like, okay, sometimes it will be like, sorry, the air conditioning is on because it's 1,000,000 degrees and you're gonna have to be okay with that. You know, like, sometimes if you ask me to fix something, I'm going to say no, but the worst I will do is say no. I, like, won't be mad at people for saying, hey, you guys sound like shit for some reason.
God, I'm just remembering the point in episode 5 where the game audio just died halfway through, and like we could hear, but the chat couldn't, and no one said anything.
Yeah, which
you gotta say something.
It just. I kind of get that because you like almost might not notice it, but it was funny because we were just like, well, I don't know when that happened, but yeah. How's everyone doing today? I've been chilling. Well, we played like 4 hours of Raging Loop this morning.
Yeah.
This afternoon, which was great. I know nothing about Raging Loop other than consensus seems to be it's really good until it catastrophically fucks up the ending so bad that it ruins the whole game. And sometimes you just gotta eat dirt.
Like, I'm having a great time so far.
I'm liking it.
Like, it's set up such an interesting everything. I've been having a great time, and I'm just like, in the back of my mind's like, how are they going to fuck this up so bad?
Yeah, there's something kind of fun about, like, we are genuinely, like, trying to like treat this game like it's gonna be good the whole time, you know, like we've been like swapping little, we don't have much in the way of theories yet, but like I have a theory about like something going on with one character. We're gonna like try to really take it seriously and solve it together because we like doing that. We enjoy co-theorizing, and we haven't really been able to do a good co-theory since, like, Great Ace Attorney 2, which was some of our finest work. We were good at figuring that game out, but, it's very fun to be, like, playing something blind together again, because we don't do that super often. Usually we're, like, showing each other games that we already like, so...
This is one of the first ones where we're going in double blind.
Yeah, which is very exciting for us, especially just knowing it sucks. Somehow. We don't know. It's already had some moments, I'll say. It's already been baffling a couple of times, but...
There's some conversations where I'm just kind of like, I don't think you guys needed to focus on this much.
No. I'm perplexed, but it's fun. I'm having fun. Haruaki is an interesting protagonist.
I love how suspicious he is about his job and field of study. How every time he's literally doing the Luna. I'm not a coroner. He's basically literally doing the I'm not a coroner.
Except he might be a coroner. We don't know.
He might be a coroner.
He might be in coroner school. That's like on our short list of things that he might be. I always go into theorizing with the aplomb of guessing my neighbor's Wi-Fi password.
Good morning, Umineko-ologists.
Good morning, Umineko-ologists. But yeah, that's been my... We were either gonna start Raging Loop or Higanbana this weekend, and the vibe was that I'm pretty sure that people who play Higanbana say that it's good, and so I was like, okay, so what we talked ourselves into is that Raging Loop is going to be good and then bad in a way that pisses us off, probably, and so we're gonna want to have like a good palate cleanser waiting for us on the other end. And I think Higanbana is shorter, so it's like a little bit of a bite size thing. Raging Loop purports to be, in the first few minutes, it calls itself obscenely lengthy, which is so adorable because it's like a 30-hour game. And I was so charmed by that. But yeah, that's been my day so far. I've always heard mixed reviews about Higanbana. I've never heard somebody say, like, it's incredible, it's peak fiction, it's amazing. But I feel like I pretty consistently people say, like, yeah, it's good, it's worth reading. So I'm not expecting something, like, on the caliber of a When They Cry game, but I'm interested to see what it does. I'm generally... The impression that I have is that it's, like, it's good. it's you know, it's something Rikishi wrote. It's, like, worth it. And that's... I'm setting my expectations to that, where I'm like, I think it's going to be... I was gonna say fun to read, but I don't think that's true. It's going to be interesting and worthwhile to read is kind of my expectation, but I'm not expecting my mind to be blown. But we'll see. We'll see when we get to it. I guess the worst thing I've heard about it is that it's mid, and I'm fine with that. Sometimes I want to read something that's like a 7 out of 10, you know? You need that in your life sometimes. That's kind of why I'm like, Raging Loop is so intriguing to me, because I'm like, I do need a certain amount of my like media diet to consist of things that are like interesting but bad. And a game that like starts good and like fucks it up immensely is so in my wheelhouse.
I'm just like, is it going
I need to autopsy it.
Is it going to upset me as much as Aini, where...
Right. Yeah, is it gonna be one of the thing where the game, like, stakes too much of its intrigue on something that turns out to be bullshit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is it gonna be... We've been saying, like, is it gonna be Aini disappointing, or is it gonna be, like, Paranormosite disappointing, where it's just, like, the ending's not great, but the whole game is so fun up to that point that it doesn't even matter. Mm-hmm. And the ending's, like, fine. They clearly ran out of, like, money.
Money and time.
And so they had to, like... They couldn't execute the ending that I think they wanted to. But, like, Paranormosite's got so much good shit up to that point that I can't stay mad at it. Versus Nirvana Initiative, which...
The twist happened and you checked out fully.
I was gone. Versus, like, Paranormosite, which, A, doesn't, like, drag on for 10 hours after a dumb twist. Which is maybe a mark in its favor. And... But yeah, I'll be curious to know kind of where Raging Loop falls on that kind of spectrum. I did read the whole Rikishi Harem manga, and that was okay and kind of worth reading. That's a scary sentence.
I don't... I saw your tweets again. Raging Loop is made in Unity. Why?
Why is Raging... Yeah, we booted up Raging Loop and it said made with Unity. And I was like, why? What? Raging Loop, to be clear, is like a standard adventure mode visual novel. Like, it's got like an Uchikoshi style, timeline.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you might call it. Like, it's got a story chart. That's what it is. It has, like, a story chart, which is... That's not a spoiler. It's introduced, like, before you even start the game, they explain the story chart. Twist open world. For the last 30 minutes. Here's the thing, though. If Raging Loop did that, I would not forgive everybody who said it was dumb. Because that at the very least, is fucking taking a big swing. That's doing something. But yeah, we saw it was made in Unity, and I was baffled. Although, like, it reminds me a little bit of the Ghost Trick remake being in the RE engine.
Yeah.
Wasn't that a thing?
Yeah, it wasn't the Resident Evil engine.
Yeah, the Ghost Trick remake was done in the Resident Evil engine, which was, it's just a wild thing to see booting up Ghost Trick, and you get the RE engine logo.
Technically, it's called the Reach for the Moon engine, I think.
Uh-huh.
But it's called RE engine.
Well, I recall that on, like, the boot screen, it says, like, I identified it as RE engine. Like, I don't know exactly what it says in that, but, like, it
says RE engine.
Okay, yeah, I thought as much.
Like, I think they just changed it from RE engine to Reach for the Moon engine when they're like, we're gonna make other games, I think, in this engine that we built.
Yeah.
Because there's a Monster Hunter in it.
Oh, okay.
So Ghost Trick is in the same game engine as Resident Evil 2 and Monster Hunter Rise.
Which, I don't understand how that could be a good engine for all three of those games, but if it works, it works. But yeah, I don't know why you would do a VN in Unity. I know it's not unheard of. I don't think Raging Loop is the only VN to have been done in Unity, but that is like a wild thing to do. They make engines for VNs.
Mm-hmm.
Ren'Py is very robust. Where's the Umineko FPS? Somebody did make an Umineko Doom mod.
That's so beautiful.
Or just a bunch of textures are swapped out with Umineko things.
Oh. Eh.
I think there's some, like, I think there's some custom map about it, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know enough. But the demons are, like, Ushidomiya's. And it's got, like, custom sprite art. Like, it's... They made that. The life is so beautiful. Okay. Let's cut the music. Let's play some Umineko, my beautiful friends. I hope we are all doing wonderful today. And ready for the Torment Nexus. Let's fucking go. Wahoo yippee! We're having so much fun! It's cool and normal. The wind had been strengthening since a while back. The breaking waves had grown fierce. The ferry boats probably wouldn't be coming for a while now. The crashing thunder told that the island had been sealed off from the outside world. A thick rain poured down, mocking the fools outdoors who had to rush pathetically to find shelter. No longer would anyone be able to leave this island. And no longer would anyone be able to reach this island. No one, unless blessed with a miracle. There was another flash of lightning. The retinas of all who saw it were filled with white. As that white faded away, an eerie shadow pulled itself up amidst the raging waters of the beach. As though suddenly remembering to do so, it coughed violently several times, filthily spitting out the seawater that had filled its stomach. She then tore apart the touch fastener of her life jacket, and threw down the reason she had been able to float here without so much as a thank you.
Welcomed in by a storm, same as always. Very good. Yes, come and entertain me, Battler-san.
That was in character. I just did very convincing at hacking up seawater. I love that Battler gets to write it immediately, makes Erica lame as fuck. It's great. At least she gets like a cool entrance. I mean, like, she's weird and pathetic about it, but, like, she does get this, like, dedicated, ominous entrance moment. News of the drifter, Furudo Erika, quickly spread across Rokenjima. Is hers different? No, she fell off a boat. Miracle's life jacket. I like that it's a miracle that she was wearing a life jacket. Aren't you legally required to in most places?
Yeah, but, like, she would find a way to not.
That's true.
She's such a bitch that she would not. So it was a miracle that someone was able to convince her to put on a life jacket.
That's fair. She didn't even thank her life preserver. It's such a funny diss, too, isn't it? I think that I fucking love that. They're like... And she didn't even appreciate the thing that had saved her life. Erika had been welcomed in politely, and it was decided that she would be treated as a guest until the typhoon passed. In the dining hall, Goda's wonderful dinner had ended, and everyone was relaxing and enjoying some after-dinner coffee and cheese. Apparently Battler was a bit relieved that Erika had come and turned into a good scapegoat. It drove away some of the attention he'd been getting piled on him for finally coming back after 6 years. In fact, she turned out to be very talkative. When the conversation turned to a sophisticated discussion of the mystery genre, even the adults were drawn in. She was apparently so well-versed that even Nanjo, who had a vast knowledge of the subject, was impressed. Good point. A strange family in a western mansion on an isolated island during a storm. Now that we have a detective stopping by to take shelter from the rain, we've got all the major factors lined up.
Have no fear. No matter how difficult the crime, I will solve it. That's a detective's job.
How reassuring. It almost sounds as though you want a bizarre crime to occur. I hope I don't have to play the part of the victim.
Dear, you mustn't say such things. I have a bad feeling. I'm getting some terrible deja vu.
Well, the history of the human mystery genre is only about a century old. Its tricks and ideas are limited to a few recycled patterns, so there's nothing left to show. No matter what kind of impossible crimes or closed-room murders might occur, it'll be nothing more than one of the same classes of tricks dressed up to look like something new. The only reason mysteries still make for popular books today is because self-proclaimed fans, those who work off pieced-together knowledge and who have hardly read any of the classics, mistakenly think that a classic trick they didn't know about, through lack of proper study, is actually something new and surprising.
Everyone couldn't help but gape at this imposing claim. If an aged critic had said it, that would have been one thing. But to think that a young person like this could say it so boldly...
Mystery's a genre that ended a half-century ago, at least as far as I'm concerned. However, thanks to countless ignorant fools, I get to play my part as a detective.
By that argument, wouldn't it mean that romance was perfected back in Shakespeare's time, so everything after that isn't worth reading?
Exactly. So if you just read Romeo and Juliet, it's the same as having understood all of romance.
That's ridiculous. It's not like there's any need to read more books than everyone else just for its own sake. But on the other hand, you can't be so satisfied with just a few stories like that. Sticking to classics of the past and never reading anything new is a sign of excessive nostalgia, don't you think? That sounds to me like the excuse of an old person who can't be bothered to read more.
I see. I guess I'll need to read at least as much as you, or else I'd probably lose at an argument.
Me? I don't read books. Battler chuckled, but Erika knew from the previous game that Battler was actually quite an avid reader. So his words felt like more of a challenge. If you're so confident in your reasoning abilities, you must be really good at quizzes and puzzles, right?
Oh, right! Maria, didn't you bring a quiz book or something?
Brought it!
Realizing that Erika's arrogant statement had made the atmosphere a little more tense, George smoothly changed the subject. By now, it was more than clear that she wasn't the cute guest she had appeared to be. Maria pulled a book out of her bag that had quizzes and puzzles written on it and started reading them to everybody. It looked like it might turn into a peaceful quiz party. But of course, that isn't what happened. As a credit to all her big talk, Erika managed an impressive ratio of correct and immediate answers. She took complete control, and her bragging began to escalate more and more. George slightly regretted the choice he'd made when changing the subject. I'd love to attend a quiz party. Like, everyone has to bring in Riddles 3. Everyone needs to come with quiz questions to ask everybody else.
106 matches. No need to even write a tournament chart for it.
The question, how many matches would you need for a tournament with 107 teams, was answered instantly by Erika.
This is less of a puzzle than it is a test of knowledge. There's a formula which shows the number of matches is always the number of teams minus 1. Well, if you just look at the example showing 3 matches for 4 teams and 7 matches for 8 teams, it should be easy to figure out the pattern.
Ooh! Erika, that's awesome!
Erika One-chan, right? Say it!
Ooh, Erika One-chan, that's awesome.
It's so much less enthused. Really impressive. So you don't call yourself a detective for nothing. Actually, idiot, you'll need 1 match to light all the lamps in the arena if it's really, really big. Or if you light the lamps and then use the lamps to light other lamps. Easy.
I couldn't very well act the part of the detective if I was incapable of handling puzzles of this sort.
Incredible. I'm sure you'll be able to become a real detective in the future.
Well, I'm pretty sure I already am one.
The cousins all thought about the answers to the questions, but Erika always answered first. Rosa thought it was a bit rude for Erika to say the answers out loud while people were still thinking, instead of keeping them to herself. But since Erika was a guest, she decided against mentioning it. In truth, Erika was perfectly aware of this when she answered the questions instantly. Each time, she would grin broadly as though saying,
You all still haven't solved such an easy problem.
A great detective like you shouldn't really need to take these too seriously, right?
Good point. Even though these are just childish questions, I was getting a bit too serious. I'll take more care, so let's have the next question, please.
Alright, I won't lose this time. Maria, next question.
If you have 1 large piece of cheese, a single slice with a knife can split it into 2 parts. So what is the lowest number of slices you can cut into 8 parts?
What do we think, chat? Oh, I know this one. So I guess I'll stay quiet this time. George, acting like the adult he was, set up a mood that would prevent people from answering right away even if they knew the answer, in effect sending a warning to Erika. I loved working on this one. Diagrams on Discord whiteboard. That's beautiful. It seemed that Erika understood, and she averted her gaze, snorting derisively.
To make 8 pieces, 4 slices would be enough, right?
That's dumb. It would hardly be a puzzle if that was the answer. That's right. These are usually set up so that a smaller number than you'd expect is the answer. But still, how exactly could it be done? Oh, got it. You can only do this because it's cheese.
True. If we tried to do it with the birthday cake, there'd be a huge fight. That's right!
Drink for Ava negging Nazi.
You might be able to do it with this cheese, but you never cut a cake like this.
Huh? All of you know the answer? Damn it, am I the only one who doesn't?
Oh, I've got it. Yeah, you've got to think 3-dimensionally.
Wait, even Jessica? I don't get it. What should I do?
I know the answer. It's written here.
You didn't know the answer until you looked, right? Get it, Badler-kun.
I see. I understand it as well. This is something you can do because it is cheese.
Yeah? Even Dr. Nanjo gets it. He's a doctor!
Well,
which obviously makes you better at solving cheese puzzles.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Could it be? Am I the only one who doesn't get it?
I'm sure even your brain could be as flexible as cheese if we cooked it a little better, son.
Wow, even my stupid as fuck cousin? It isn't something like use 0 slices with the knife and break it apart with your hands, right?
Of course not. It's impossible to cut this cheese with anything other than a knife.
Think of the cheese in 3 dimensions. If that's hard, it might help to draw a picture on a paper napkin. So we have one large piece of cheese, right? And we use a knife to make 8 pieces. Wait, oh my god, Grace, did it warn you about... That's incredible.
Wait, what? What got...
Grace made a joke, wow, even my stupid as fuck cousin, the response being, I'm the student council president, butthole, and apparently Twitch warned her about being mean on the one that had the word butthole, but not the one that contained the phrase stupid as fuck. That's incredible. Twitch is an incredible website. Can the knife only cut in a straight line? Yes, that's right. The knife only cuts in straight lines. Oh, but here's a hint. You can only cut in a straight line, but you're free to cut it wherever you want. Try thinking of a bunch of ways to stick it in. You should probably try to think out of the box a bit. Show us what you got, Battler-kun. You have a large piece of cheese. To be fair to Rudolph, he also may be quoting himself from, like, episode 1 when he's like, it's like a birthday cake, we just gotta figure out how to stick the knife in.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that's what he's talking about. How many times must you cut it with a knife to make 8 pieces? You could obviously do it in 4 cuts. Could it be done in even fewer cuts than that? Anyone in chat who doesn't already know the answer, think about it. Rotate the cheese in your mind.
3D model a piece of cheese in your brain and then...
Yeah. Our hints so far point to it being possible specifically because it's cheese. If it was a birthday cake, you really wouldn't be allowed to do this. You could. Cheese. Cheese. Something you can do because it's cheese. Hold on, Brain Blender has an update. Oh yeah, make sure you run the updates before you open it. That will be important.
Mm-hmm.
It's easier on the newest version. Oh! I've got it! I was totally tricked! This isn't something you could think up if your mind's all stiff and rigid.
It seems like you finally hit on it. Hopefully it actually is the right answer.
It's impossible to cut the cheese with anything except the knife, right? The knife can only cut it in a straight line, right? There aren't any other rules, right? Right?
Not really.
Alright, then that's gotta be it. Whew, that was a tough one. Almost like a riddle.
You just gotta get beyond cutting straight down from the top all the time. You make 2 cuts from the top to get 4 pieces. If you kept it like that and kept it across the sides, putting it into upper and lower halves, you get 4 times 2 equals 8 pieces.
It's an answer you can't reach unless you think 3-dimensionally. In other words, the correct answer is 3. Huh? Really? I thought the correct answer was 1.
What kind of magic did you use? There's no way in the world you can manage it with 1!
This isn't a riddle, it's just a normal math problem. Huh? Oh, really? I thought of the 3-cut method right away, but I figured that was too easy, so I guess I tried to twist it too far.
Butler's answer is smaller than the one in the book.
Now, Josh, which answer were you thinking about when you said you could do this with a birthday cake? What I was thinking was the 3 cuts answer, because what I was kind of thinking of is that people don't usually do it in, like, 3 cuts like that, but people do on really tall cakes cut each layer into, like, a few different layers. You think of, like, how a wedding cake is served? They don't always cut it, like, fucking top to bottom. You know what I mean? But they just typically do that, like, one piece at a time rather than, like, pre-cutting into layers, because that would be a fucking mess. But you could. But they're right that it would suck.
Is Bella right?
Yes, he is. Butler-san is right. The correct answer is 1 slice.
Battler was happy that someone had confirmed his answer. However, at some point, Erica's face had lost its cheeriness.
To think that a human other than myself would give the answer 1, and that it'd be you, of all people.
Your answer was 1 too, Erica. I guess you were also thinking out of the box.
After all, it would be truly foolish to simply assume that you knew what shape it was after hearing that it was a piece of cheese.
That's impossible. Oni-chan got it wrong, didn't he? How could you cut it into 8 pieces with less than 3 slices? How foolish, child of man!
I like that.
It says to cut it into 8 pieces, but no, it doesn't say that they had to be of equal size.
Of course you're rigid, Anjay. So unlike cheese.
It's still impossible. Do you cut it with something other than a knife? The rules say that only the knife can cut it, and that the knife can only cut in a straight line.
This is reminding me so much of the... In the great genre of posts mimicking a Beatrice Battler argument, there's one that's doing a play on the turning a sphere inside out video. And this specifically is just making me think so much about it, and it's a really good post.
However, to turn it around, the rules do not say anything besides that. In fact, the shape of the cheese is never specified.
I really like hearing you say that in that voice. I really like you having this big regal affect and saying the shape of the cheese is never specified. Something about that's really doing it for me. I see. When you all heard a large piece of cheese, you all thought of a flat cylinder like camembert or something. I was thinking about sliced cheese, like the kind you might put on your toast for breakfast. 'Cause, you know, full blocks of cheese you'd cut with a knife aren't something I come across that often. I'm a relatable everyman, unlike you people.
The shape of the cheese isn't specified in the rules. A mistake by the ones who made the book. I imagine that there's a picture of a flat cylinder of cheese there in Maria-san's book.
Oh, there is, right here.
As Erica had guessed, the book Maria held had an illustration of a piece of cheese just as Erica had described it. I'm definitely not rich, I just wish Rokenjima was a golf course. It's so good. With cheese of this shape, 3 slices really would be the correct answer. You cut it in a cross pattern from the top to make 4 pieces. Then cut it from the side to double that and make 8 pieces. However, since this illustration hadn't been shown, the interpretation of the cheese had been left to the answerer.
That's right. At the moment the problem was stated, no one said anything about how the cheese was shaped or how flexible it was.
Exactly. It seems that Battler-san was the more flexible one when it comes to both brains and cheese.
I don't get it. How does making it at sliced cheese let you cut it into 8 parts with a single knife slice?
Why not try it with that paper napkin? Pretend it's sliced cheese.
It's like this. You fold it accordion style. How many times do you need to fold it to make 8 sections?
6 times.
To fold it accordion style, you alternate between upward and downward folds. Once you've done this 6 times, it looks like the side of an accordion. With normal cheese, it'd break if you tried to fold it like this. But the rules say that this cheese can't break unless you use a knife, right?
Yes, no problems there. After all, this is magic cheese that can only be cut by a knife.
After folding it, if you start at the top and make a cut right down the middle.
You're right. It would make 8 parts. Wait a second. The parts aren't all equal this way, right?
All the questioner said was to cut it into 8 pieces. They didn't say anything about them being equal. Well, if you change the way you fold it, it is possible to make them all equal sizes. But I wouldn't want to confuse you stiff-headed people with the explanation.
I'd be so mad if this was my birthday cake. Right? You could...
Oh!
Now, if it was a birthday cake, I feel like you could make the argument... If it was a birthday cake, you could say, well, what if your birthday cake was one of those, like, rolled Swiss cakes? Like a large Swiss roll? They make, like, there's full cakes that come like that, and then you could be like, well, if you cut it a certain way. Yeah, log cake, that's what I'm thinking of. A long enough log cake. Because if you cut those, because they're in, like, spiraled layers, it would, one cut would cut them into way more than 2 pieces. For a while, everyone was stunned. Battler had reached a far better answer than 3 by thinking of the problem as a riddle. Blue Truth Cake. Erica had already known both answers and had even spotted a mistake made by the book. I like how, in Erica's mind, this is like a mistake. This is the book being wrong and fucked up instead of just, like, you coming up with a more interesting answer and just being like, oh, I have bested even the riddle book. You know? You could be fucking whimsical about it. You don't have to be like, oh, the book is wrong. Incredible. So we were the stiff-headed ones.
What another defeat. Oh, that's probably Rosa.
Nanjo moved.
Oh, what another defeat. We were thinking in 3 dimensions, but it looks like Bathaka and Erika-chan were thinking in one dimension higher.
That's not true.
Well, I mean, they are thinking outside of the game board also.
That's true. They are literally in a higher dimension. But that's not what the 4th dimension is. My hyper cheese. my 4th dimensional hypercube craft single.
It seems the game with the witch has toughened you up quite a lot. Puzzles without specified rules, in other words, all things not covered by the red truth, are left to the observer's interpretation. It's the most basic of methods for constructing gaps in the witch's closed rooms.
What are you talking about? Is that a quote from some novel?
Well, let's call it that for now, shall we? Anyway, I guess this means that everyone's brains are as stiff as rock-hard cheese.
I really want to believe that this was Game Master Battler scolding Erica for metagaming her piece too much. Erica, kayfabe. Exactly. Without any signs of restraint, Erica looked at everyone and laughed sarcastically. Only Maria didn't notice the venom in that laugh as she happily turned to the next page.
The next problem, you have 3 cups and 6 coins. Split up the coins so there's 1 coin in 1 cup, 2 coins in another cup, and 3 coins in the 3rd cup. Ooh!
Wait a sec, that's easy. Stick 1 coin in the first cup, 2 in the next one, and 3 in the last one, and you're done.
Can you do the same with only 3 coins?
5 coins.
5 coins? Ooh!
Here's another cliched problem. Don't tell me that you'll all need to waste several precious seconds on a problem like this.
By now, Erica was gazing around with an unpleasant look, acting in a manner that was completely inappropriate both for a guest and for someone of her age. She was no longer a guest who would be staying until the storm passed. She had transformed into an annoying guest who wouldn't leave until the storm passed. Everyone thought this, but they were unable to say it aloud. Oh, right. Speaking of problems with coins, I've heard that picking up coins is a good way of judging someone's skill with chopsticks.
Chopsticks! Yes, chopsticks, that's right! Chopsticks are the most elegant utensil on the planet. Poking things and chopping them up with forks and knives is so barbaric. Chopsticks are the best. For me, using chopsticks is truly an art.
Jessica was about to say, aren't chopsticks just sticks? But stopped herself just in time. She realized that it'd be best to let George take control for now. I have a coin here, so would you like to challenge me? I'm pretty good with chopsticks.
That's right! We trained George very well with those!
Indeed. Table manners are a window into one's upbringing. Erica-san uses them quite well herself. I'll lend you some coins, too. It'll probably be more fun with more of them.
Jessica, watch closely and learn.
No, see, Lambda, she isn't a Mary Sue. I gave her a flaw. Distracted by chopsticks.
Damn it.
Alright, let's go. Let's see who can move the most coins over to their plate.
Bring it on! Chopsticks, chopsticks!
This time, George had steered the conversation into a good direction. Everyone else understood, and they helped to egg on the chopstick fight and change the subject. They were fully aware by now that Erica was extremely proud of her intelligence. And apparently she had the bad habit of using that to look down on other people. For all there is to criticize about George, he really is good at keeping the peace. The problem is that he's usually in situations where things need to stop being peaceful. But when it comes to awkward interactions like this, he's really able to smooth things over. Yeah, it's interesting that, like, his greatest skill is sort of... Obviously something that he's learned from his father, I would say, is, like, de-escalating a situation as quickly as possible. And dealing with difficult people. Distracting a dog so that it doesn't chew on the wire. Exactly. Which is like, yeah, in a lot of cases, it makes him very complacent, and it makes him very unwilling to, you know, challenge things that really need to be challenged. But in very specialized situations like this, it is a good skill to have. He employs it too unilaterally. She spun her chopsticks around with the deft hand of a juggler, staring at the coins scattered on the table like a dog who had been told to stay after having a meal placed in front of it. The unsettling sound of the wind had now blended with the sound of rain, mimicking the howl of some monstrous beast. Just when it seemed to be crying out sadly, it would suddenly turn into a roar and rattle the window, striking up even more fear and unease within me. Light from the hallway poured in through the thin crack of the slightly open door, and it seemed to carry with it laughter that was warm and happy, but very distant. I'm sure everyone's in the dining hall or somewhere, having a good time. I want to go there as soon as I can. I'm sure my family will be there. I hate being all alone in a place like this. Dad. Mom. I stubbornly tried again to get that door open, but the merciless chain just wouldn't let it open any further than that crack. On the contrary, feeling this close to a way out just made me more impatient. Gulping and trying to ignore the fear lurking behind me, I quietly closed the door. That light coming out of the crack, was just a trap. An iron shackle, making it look like I'm an inch away from freedom, that door will never actually open. A shackle trapping me in here for all eternity. I need to get out of this creepy room as soon as possible. When I closed the door, all that filled the room were the eerie sounds of wind and rain. The way the wind picked up every now and then and shook the window frame felt like a monster in a cage shaking the bars. Also, we don't get an answer to the cup riddle yet, so we can share ours even if we finished. I think that's correct. I think that the cup riddle isn't answered. I was so scared of that monster. I couldn't help but avert my gaze from the window. Gotta search. If I can't get out the door, I need to find another way out. It's so quiet.
Subtle.
Yeah. Just to the side of the door was a closet. There was only enough space inside to hang overcoats. Of course, it didn't connect to anywhere outside the room. If this were hide and seek, it'd probably be fun to hide in there. However, inside this creepy room, it'd be no better than stepping into my own coffin. If I go in there, maybe I'll find myself trapped in the closet next. This fear I didn't understand sent a massive shiver up my spine, and I closed the closet door in a hurry. There's one door left. When I opened it, there was the bath and a toilet. Of course, there was no exit. There weren't even any windows. If I turned the faucet, water would probably come out, then disappear down the drain and flow outside. But I couldn't get out that way. Unless I went into the bathtub with the stopper pulled out of the drain and smashed my flesh and bones to bits. I had the feeling that this was the only way out, so the black stopper in the bathtub drain looked extremely terrifying. Who among us hasn't been in the hell dimension trapped in the closet?
So true.
I tried a lot of things, both mentally and physically, but there really was no chance of me getting out through the bathroom. If you have cups A, B, and C, you can put 3 coins in cup A, 1 in cup B, and 1 in C, and put cup C inside cup B, or vice versa, yeah? Or is that perhaps the Jessica level answer and Erica has something stupider? No, I believe that's correct, which is why it's, you can have, coins in, you can have 1 in 1, 2 in 1, and 3 in 1, with only 3 coins, I think, using a similar methodology. Next is the window. Beyond the window is a pitch-black darkness. The fierce winds and rain are slamming against the glass. The darkness on the other side of the window may have been unsettling, but I didn't really care where I went, as long as it got me out of this room. However, the window was clamped shut. Right down the middle of the window, which was made to swing open like a set of double doors, were several ugly metal clamps. You could put 1 in each and nest them all, and then use the remaining 2 to go get some candy at the store.
Exactly!
Precisely! It was even more unnerving than the chain on the door, like a rough operation scar on some bizarre monster. The wind and rain slammed against the window frame, shaking it and making it creak loudly. However, unlike the door, this wouldn't open even a crack. I've had enough. Give it a rest already. What the hell's going on with this room? I've had enough of this creepy room. Enough, 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 enough! It's impossible to go outside except by the door and windows. And compared to that thick door, the window looks like it might be possible to break. I'll smash it. If I swing a chair at it, the glass will probably break. I might even be able to smash the wooden grid that runs through these latticed windows. All I need to do is make a gap large enough to slip out of. I grabbed a fancy-looking antique chair and headed back to the window. Smash it.
Hurrah!
Over and over.
That's the sound that he made.
Brief warning for some described hand trauma coming up soon, I think. It won't be shown, but it will be discussed. The glass smashed with a violent sound, and the frame groaned and creaked. Smash it, over and over. If I can just break through the wooden grid. Damn it. What the hell? Even though the glass had been smashed apart. Even though the cold rain that blew in tormented me. I just couldn't get that grid to break. They weren't iron bars. It was just a slender wooden mesh. Even though it's fragile enough to make that creaking sound, why doesn't it break? No, wait. Maybe it's almost broken. What if I try attacking it from a different angle instead of just smashing it head-on? I stuck my left hand outside through the hole in the broken latticed window, grabbed the frame from the front with my right hand, and tried to break it by shaking it around from both sides. My left hand started to grow ice-cold from the frigid winds and rain. When I shook it, fragments of glass sticking out from the broken frame poked into me, and my wrist was soon stained with blood. If I can just get out of here, this much pain is no big deal. But I can't get out. I'm stuck. It won't open. I can't break it. The more violently I shook the frame, the more glass fragments tore into my left wrist, causing me intense pain. Wait, what's... Huh? Ow, 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 ow! Before I realized it, the glass fragments on the frame had extended outwards. It was as though an ugly beast was trying to chew my hand off with glass teeth. It didn't just feel as though they were growing outwards. They actually were getting longer before my very eyes. And they're chewing my hand to bits. I tried desperately to pull my hand out, but it had already dug deep into my wrist, and I couldn't move it. I put all my strength into it, but it just hurt more and more, and the glass didn't even budge. What the hell? Damn it, let go! Let go, let go! This person is so weak. I've fallen fully into a glass bookcase and didn't get cut at all. This is just a window. I hit the glass with my right fist over and over. But that just hurt my right fist and did nothing to release my other hand. Just then, my left hand, which was still exposed to the rain outside, brushed against something slimy. What? It couldn't have been a leaf blown about by the winds or anything like that. I mean, it felt just like the touch of someone's rain-soaked hand. Then, it closed tightly around my left hand. When I felt the 5 fingers, I knew that some person out in the darkness was touching my left hand. And, yes, I know who it is. It's the witch. The terrifying witch who rules over Rokenjima's night. The 2 hands soaked in the freezing rain gently caressed my left hand. However, though I could tell what was happening by touch, I couldn't see anything out there in the darkness. Then, it felt about my fingers and twisted my ring finger upwards. Ow, 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 ow. It's gonna break! At that moment, I saw something in the darkness for the first time. It was white. The darkness grinned and bared its white teeth. Then, that mouth filled with eerily white teeth approached my finger that had been twisted up so far it was about to break, and opened wide. It must have been laughing at me from the darkness. After all, that creepy mouth was twisting upward in a huge grin. I had a horrible idea of what it might be trying to do to my finger. A shiver ran up my spine. I resisted as much as I could, but the fangs of glass just wouldn't release my left hand. And then, it gently bit my finger.
Jump!
Gently bit my finger.
Then it plays low-click.wav. Flesh and bone were crushed and torn apart in an instant. Crunch, rip, tear, squelch. Splat.
Did you hear something just now?
I think I heard it too. It sounded like a clunk.
It probably was just the wind hitting a window. This is a beat-up old mansion after all.
Oh, that's our dog, don't worry. What? I said don't worry. Yeah, it is pretty creepy. When I was a brat 6 years ago, I remember spending a lot of nights all scared that the witch really was walking all around the mansion.
Ooh, she exists! Beatrice exists!
What's at the other end of this hallway?
There are guest rooms there, but they aren't being used right now.
Yeah, after all, we have the guest house now. Until then, we would always stay in the guest rooms. Yeah, I remember too. When I saw the guest house today, I was surprised at how beautiful it was.
Oh, that's because it was just built. I wish I could move my own room over there. Shannon, Erica-san's room is in the guest house too, right?
Yes, we've prepared a room for her in the guest house.
And since the guest house is a good distance away from the mansion, no matter what kind of trouble happens, you can't hear what's going on in one from the other.
You still in detective mode? Sounds like you'll be all bummed when we all wake up tomorrow and you manage to say good morning to each other.
True. At least one of us had better be gone by tomorrow morning. Right?
Allow me to guide you out to the guest house.
What the fuck?
She's weird.
The adults were apparently about to begin a conversation that they didn't want the kids to hear. The real family conference was about to start. As the kids and Erica followed Shannon on their way to the guest house, they passed through the entrance hall. Looks like it's pouring down at its hardest right now. Should we watch TV in the parlor until it dies down a bit?
Mama said to go back to the guest house. We have to go or she'll get mad. Ooh.
I think we'll be able to relax a lot more over there. Better than getting to see and hear our parents get all pissed at us.
It looks like everything's falling into place.
Erica giggled, an openly indiscreet look on her face.
I'll go get some umbrellas for everyone. Please wait here.
Oh, wait a second. It's been bugging me for a while. Who's the woman in that portrait?
Well, to be honest, I already know that it's Beato's portrait. Still, we only just walked past it in the last game, which is no fun. Erica whispered to herself, but of course no one heard her.
This is the master's benefactor, Beatrice-sama.
They say she gave grandfather a vast quantity of gold, meaning that she's to thank for the Yoshinomiya family's revival.
She's just a witch of grandfather's delusions. Supposedly her ghost walks the corridors of the mansion every night.
Hey, quit it! That story always freaked me out when I was little, and it always made this mansion feel terrifying after night fell. Oh, right, that's true. What about now, 6 years later? I'd totally forgotten, but looking at this portrait head on, I can feel that old fear coming back a bit.
Ooh, Beatrice isn't scary. At least as long as you respect her. If you don't... Right, Shannon? Yeah! That rumor does exist among the servants as well. Rumors about servants patrolling at night bumping into mysterious silhouettes or gold butterflies.
Yeah, was it last year or the year before? Didn't one servant fall down some stairs and get so badly injured that they quit?
Fun fact, we heard this story in episode 1, but it was 10 years ago in that one.
Mm-hmm.
I just happen to know this because it's on my Umineko timeline twice, because I was really confused when I got to this. Which I just think is great.
Wasn't there a rumor that it was Beatrice's curse?
Unless it happened twice, but that would be wild. Jessica told it like a ghost story, trying to scare Erica, but Erica just laughed disdainfully. Come on, that's creepy. It was probably just an accident, right? Just a coincidence? It happened just after Grandfather had this portrait hung here, so it was probably the year before last. In fact, if I remember, this here is the staircase that servant fell down, right?
Yep, after all, this insanely huge portrait really stands out. Shortly after it was put up, everyone was talking about what it might be. And then, with the accident happening shortly afterwards, people started calling it Beatrice's curse.
Maybe Jessica's moving up the timeline to scare her. I think that's very legitimate, and I think George going with it, rather than starting an argument about it, is very credible to me. He's not normally the lying type, but I would 100% believe it in this situation.
So these ghost stories about Beatrice started after the portrait was put on display?
No, Butler said it was 6 years ago.
Rumors of Beatrice Moss ghost talking about were around even before that. However, I do think those stories grew in number after the portrait was put up there.
Before then, even though they had heard about the witch Beatrice, they didn't have an actual distinct picture in their heads of what she'd be like. I imagine this portrait made that picture distinct for them, strengthening the rumors even more. So, who started talking about this Beatrice witch in the first place? Or that was probably an Erica.
Who started talking about this Beatrice witch in the first place?
I'm guessing Jessica.
Grandfather. He'd always start freaking out and yelling, "My beloved witch Beatrice!" Though until we saw the portrait, we had no idea what she looked like.
It's no surprise that you get one or two ghost stories with a creepy portrait like this hanging around. You always find ghost stories cropping up around things like a portrait of Beethoven in the music room or the statue of the school founder. True. It wouldn't be strange for a few ghost stories to arise in an old, gloomy mansion with the sound of wind and rain present in the background for so long. Well, it's nothing more than a ghost story, a delusion, a fairy tale. Nope, that's not George. That's not George at all. Thought it was, and then it really, really wasn't.
Well, it's nothing more than a ghost story, a delusion, a fairy tale, worth less than the useless drivel of a half-sleeping nitwit.
You know, now that you mention it, I haven't heard him yell about in a while. Anyways, Jessica, you should all go to the guest house. Erica looked up at the portrait and smiled at it hostilely. As though she felt that this smile was disrespectful to Beto, Maria's face soured.
Ooh, Beatrice exists. If you say things like that, you'll definitely feel the curse of the witch.
Oh, how frightening. Please, curse me if you can, Beatrice.
Yeah. So, if we find you mysteriously dead next morning, we'll know it's the curtain raising on a witch's murder case. But you're a detective, right? Wouldn't killing the detective off in the beginning be a bit too radical?
Ah, that would be troubling. That would get in the way of the crime scene inspection. I see. After all, even the Knox rules don't prohibit the detective being killed.
I have just what you need. It's a charm that'll protect you from Beatrice's curse.
A charm? You have a charm for something like that? After fishing around in her bag, Maria pulled out a string of beads attached to a medal that had a scorpion drawn on it. It looked like a cheap prize from an arcade or something.
What are these?
Ooh, they're magic-repelling charms.
OMG, can you tell us the incredible rhymes, Maria? Please, I love the rhymes that abruptly stop after the second one so much.
Their effect is very weak, but if you use them, you'll definitely be able to avoid Beatrice's curse all night long.
Boo!
I've heard that spider webs are also useful for repelling magic. Ooh! That's probably because Beta is the incarnation of a butterfly.
Wasn't it the evil spirits of Akujikishima that were weak against that? Kumasawa-san knows a lot about that sort of thing.
Occult buff Kumasawa.
Witches and evil spirits. This is getting a bit interesting. Would you mind telling me about it a bit?
Read faster.
Would you mind telling me about it in a bit more detail when we get to the guest house?
Here are umbrellas for everyone. Still raining very hard outside, so please take care.
Shannon handed out the umbrellas she had brought. Everyone headed towards the exit. And then, when there were none left standing in front of the portrait, that's on purpose, that must be. And then, when there were none, a gold butterfly appeared. Battler's doing a silly one. It expanded out into a golden splash, becoming a human form. In the hall, empty now that the children had left, Beato stood alone and silent, looking up at her own portrait. Without a doubt, the figure depicted there was as like her as an image in a mirror. However, it felt as though its eyes and expression were just a little different from hers. From her perspective, while the person in this portrait was almost infinitely close to herself, it was just as surely a different person entirely.
Who are you? Please tell me what kind of person you are.
Beata had already finished reading the fragments from Featherin's library, which showed the tales of all the games so far. However, the witch called Beatrice who had been depicted in them had been so vastly different from her. At the very end, it had looked as though that witch and Battler had connected just a little bit as rivals. But for the most part, Beatrice had just bullied and bullied Battler in nearly all of the tales. Even though this was about her, she had no idea why Beatrice had tormented Battler so much when she had supposedly been born for Battler's sake. All she had learned from Featherin's library was that the former Beata was a completely different person who defied understanding.
What happened to you? I am an egg of you, a chick. Your wings should have existed for Father's sake. Just when did you have one of those torn off and end up so drastically different?
She had listened to the conversation Battler and the others had just been having. Beatrice can't handle scorpion charms. Beatrice can't deal with spider webs. She wouldn't have wanted to touch either of those by choice, but it wasn't as though anything terrible would happen if she did. Was being perfectly fine when around those proof that she wasn't Beatrice? Oh, is this now? Is what I'm thinking of now?
I think so.
Even though this involved her own self, she didn't understand at all. So, she quietly gazed into her own eyes on the portrait. It felt as though the truth hid behind those eyes. Beato slowly approached the portrait, and then she lightly touched it. When she did, it felt as though the portrait rippled slightly. Yes, this is a doorway. A doorway to the long path that will lead her to the Golden Witch Beatrice. Beato felt a bit dizzy. She lost her balance, feeling as though the world was twisting around her. Then, when she couldn't tell which way was up or down, she was swallowed downwards. Plunk. With a soft, watery sound, Beato was sucked into the portrait. The world inside the portrait was pitch black. However, there was nothing unsettling about it. It was a comfortable darkness, like when you put your head under the covers in bed at night. Beato realized this was a world inside herself. So, despite the darkness, she felt a warm embrace. As long as she asked for nothing, this world would ask nothing of her. But she couldn't remain like this. She didn't want to spend eternity inside the darkness of this world. Yes.
I need to hatch out of my egg.
This darkness is the shell surrounding the gold butterfly called Beatrice.
I will be born for Father's sake. I will be born to live for Father's sake and to serve him.
She took her goal, her reason for being born, and put it in words. As if in response to those words, the seal on the shell began to melt away. Cracks appeared in the darkness, and a brilliant light enveloped the world. And so, Beatrice was born. Two of them!
There I stood, along with another me.
Huge episode for talking to ourselves. This was an unavoidable thing, casting-wise.
Yup. For a second, I thought that the me in front of me was the real Beatrice, the one I wanted to be more like.
If at any time you want me to take narration, by all means.
However, she looked back at me with the same bewildered eyes, so I realized that wasn't quite it. That's right. I wasn't the only one born from that egg. She was also born. Is she my twin? No, it feels a bit different. How can I put it? Both of us are lacking something and immature. Yes, both of us are chicks, but we are also fragments of the true Beatrice. It felt as though we could become the real Beatrice together. No one explained this to us.
Chat, do we think there might be some kind of theme here? Do we think there might be some sort of theme?
No, however, we naturally understood. I decided to talk to this other me.
Episode 6 isn't trying to tell you anything about anything.
Yeah, absolutely not. I won't be able to become the Beatrice Father desires, unless I get to know her and become one with her. In other words, the thing that Father wants for me, was so heartbroken and to find missing, must be something she has. Hello? Beatrice, their hair down, looked at me dubiously several times and then finally spoke.
Notably, we haven't seen this specific combination yet. The business casual outfit with hair down. Mm-hmm. This is new. Historically, like when she appeared in episode 2, she had the business casual outfit but the hair up.
Why is your face the same as my own? Oh, wait, no. Why is your face the same as my own? Can you take narration?
Yeah. The true Beatrice also spoke in that manner. Looks like she really does have something that I lack.
Well, I don't know why either. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice, and you are...
Two of them. I like that they're making the same face. Beatrice, the elder sister. A mysterious witch who existed even before the rules. She has the same name as Beato, but she wasn't given the goal of devoting herself to Battler. The final version of the witch sealed away by Kinzo. She spends her days pulling small pranks and clearing away the magic-resisting toxin, all for the sake of her resurrection. She is similar to the evil spirits of Akuji Kishima in many ways, such as her fear of spiderwebs. She is the one who gave Shannon the golden butterfly brooch. And then... I think we've read this one, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I am also Beatrice. I was born for the purpose of serving Ushirimiya Battler. I am the Golden Witch and the ruler of Rokenjima's night. I know of Ushirimiya Battler, but I have trouble imagining why I should have to serve a brat like him.
I realized that the thought that I'd had a second ago must have been true. Together, we really can become the true Beatrice. Though the person in front of me does have the part that makes her a witch, which I lack, she does not possess the mission to live for Ushirimiya Battler's sake. She has what I do not, and I'm sure I have something she does not.
We must be two and yet one single person. I think we're something like twins. No, that is not so. You are my little sister. I have been here since long before you were born. Huh? Is that so?
I was born later. So, does that mean the mission to live for Ushiromiya Battler's sake was born later on? However, I don't think my whole existence is something quite as faint and intangible as a mission. I have enough of a personality to think and act as I am doing now. So, the Witch Beato and I are separate people, with both of us possessing something the other lacks. In that sense, maybe it's fitting for us to call ourselves sisters, as she says. Always thinking about Chick Beato conflating I was born to love Battler with I was born to serve Battler. Yeah, those mean the same thing, don't they? Oh wait, did I skip? Did I eat this line?
I want to know more about you. I also wish to know. I understand that you are also me. Why is it that you speak that way, and why must you serve Battler? Until we grow to understand that, it seems that both of us will remain immature. I want to become a complete Beatrice. Until you were born, I was complete.
I'm just now realizing that the business casual outfit, the color scheme is literally color picked straight from Beato's dress, and I don't think I had ever truly processed that all the colors that appear in this outfit are ones that appear on the dress.
Yep.
Like, the skirt is the same red as the bust on the dress. The pink of the tie comes from the bow. I just hadn't, like, processed that.
However, now that you have appeared, I believe that accepting you is my fate. I also wish to know about you.
The Witch Beato's tone was very slightly arrogant, which fitted her self-proclaimed status as the older sister. However, since we both realized that we were the same person, there was no need for her to be a bully. She probably realized that, after meeting me, her current form was no longer her real self.
Where are we? Is this the hall of the mansion? Oh.
Beato gasped. Her portrait wasn't there. Did that mean that this was at least 2 years in the past?
Precisely. This is the hall of the Ushiromiya mansion. The night is my time. And the nighttime mansion is mine as well. That fool Kinzo is so desperate to catch me or revive me. How truly ironic.
I love very slowly starting to parse what's going on with these two. It's something that, like, every time I read episode 6 again, I think I'm going to develop a better understanding of, like, what is being done with two Beatrices. But I'm enjoying... I always enjoy rolling that over in my mind. I think you missed the last sentence.
Here I am, openly ruling the mansion every night. So what do you do here? I have lost my body, and due to the effects of that hateful shrine, I have no magical energy. However, my power is reviving bit by bit every day. I can't wait to eventually undergo a spectacular resurrection and have a good laugh at Kinzo. I can't wait to tell him that I've succeeded in escaping from his cage. Simply put, I'm a ghost killing time by wandering about night after night. With nothing to look forward to
Sorry.
besides teaching that old man a lesson. May I join you? Of course. After all, you are part of me. How could the left-hander refuse the company of the right? Why should I refuse? I shall be pleased to have you, my little sister, the new Beatrice. Thank you very much, One-sama. A somewhat embarrassing name, but it is not bad. Come, let us go. Let us take a walk through the nighttime mansion. Let me introduce you to my boring everyday life.
The two Beatrices changed their forms into two gold butterflies, flitting silently into the depths of the shadowy mansion. Two bears.
Two of them.
Two of them. That scared my cat so bad.
But then I guess I still am a bit of a klutz. I always forgot where I put things or think I'd locked something up when I actually forgotten. It caused a lot of trouble.
I remember how on Natsuhi used to get mad at you all the time.
Anyways, but eventually Shannon managed to overcome all that forgetfulness.
Oh, and how'd you do that?
It wasn't anything big, but I got into the habit of writing things down. I write down wherever I put something important. For things that happened often, I made a checklist and always made sure to check it.
So, did you see Beatrice or didn't you?
I didn't see her directly, but, well, some very strange things did happen.
Me when I lie? I guess we don't know if that happened on this game board, but, like, she's met Beto.
Yeah, we know she got given the butterfly brooch.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. And that's, like, pre-game board, so I think that's one of those, like, probably always happens kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
She was talking about a certain summer night. There's always been two Beatos, but they've been standing behind each other and moving in tandem. Exactly.
They've been switching out every time the camera cuts.
Yeah. We actually saw two Beatos one time in episode 4. They talked to each other. Shannon had been doing the nightly rounds. From her perspective, it was a ghost story. From the witch's perspective, it was just the story of a little summer night's prank.
Little sister, do you understand the anti-magic toxin that humans possess now? No? Oh, what is it, Onesama? Well, the time of witches has long since passed. Those vile humans who claim to rule over everything came to deny our existence and possess a powerful toxin. Is that toxin harmful to us?
Beto, what do you think the answer to that question is?
It is extremely dangerous. I am getting tired of all these lectures that I have to give. If we are exposed to it, our forms would probably evaporate in an instant.
Her fangies.
However, one thing we do have in our favor is the fact that our existence is still extremely weak. Because of that, the toxin does not affect us greatly. At worst, it can only transform us into mist for a time. However, we'd rather avoid it if we can, right? Correct.
What if it's one of those good toxins, which are of course actually real, but doesn't make sense socially to call toxin in most contexts? Oh, you're at that smart-ass age, aren't you?
Correct. Yes, I see that you are indeed me. You catch on quickly.
The smart-ass age of 4 minutes. Exactly. The older sister appeared to be haughty at first, But perhaps because she was so happy to have met her double and little sister, she was more than willing to teach her anything she wanted to know. The first thing she taught was that they were witches, a different type of being than humans. Beto had thought her inability to use magic meant she wasn't a witch, but apparently she was still a witch nonetheless. And she learned that witches like her were bound by various limitations, unlike humans. The greatest of those restrictions was the anti-magic toxin possessed by humans.
So in other words, we mustn't enter a human's field of vision.
Correct. You can think of it as human eyes radiate the toxin. If they see you, it is the same as your body being burnt. And though the effect is weaker, being heard or sensed can also result in contact with the toxin.
So even just getting close to humans is dangerous to us.
Wasn't Father a human? Why am I not burnt by Father's toxin?
If we stock up on magical power and have it acknowledged by humans, that toxin can be reduced drastically. In other words, by having our existence acknowledged by humans, we make them lose their toxin, making it possible for us to appear before them once more.
I see. Simply put, we are as we are now. We can only exist when humans aren't around.
Strategically adding anti-magic toxin to her diet like caffeine or capsaicin. Yeah, it's gonna be you for a while, bestie.
Ugh. We are still very lacking in magical power, which makes us even inferior to even a stray cat hiding from humans in the shadows.
The main goal of the older sister was to gain a large supply of magical power and be revived as a great witch strong enough to have no fear of the anti-magic toxin. For that purpose, she had wandered around the mansion night after night, striving to regain her magical power and reduce the anti-magic power of the humans. The powerful previous Beatrice, whom she had read about in Featherin's library, had appeared openly in front of humans and had even toyed with them at will. According to her big sister, such a level of power was most impressive.
To think of that a witch could appear openly before humans and use magic at will. Ah, a witch like that would be so great that even I can hardly imagine it. Is that what we will eventually become?
Yes. She was like a witch from a picture book, appearing openly before the humans of the mansion and sowing magic and underlings at will.
How inspiring! If that is our future, it means that all our hard work will have been worth the effort.
That's right. Anyway, One-sama, how is that goal connected to going around unlocking windows like this?
It was the middle of the night. They were following behind servants who were checking the locks on the doors and windows, and undoing those locks after the servants thought they had been set. It felt more like a child's prank than the work of a witch.
This is the path that leads to becoming a great witch. All journeys begin with a single step. To those who cannot understand, that first step may look quite foolish from time to time. Cecil is glaring at me.
Yeah, I've been annoying him.
However, it is still a momentous first step.
With pride, as though making the first step for mankind on the surface of the moon, the older sister undid the lock on a window with a click.
Do you not understand, little sister? Can you not see why a little thing like this is so monumentous?
Am I crazy, or does this song appear in Higurashi? I'm remembering something else, probably. Higurashi has a lot of piano tracks that sound kind of like this, but this...
This might be in Higurashi.
I kind of think this track appears in Higurashi. I was like, I thought about it, I was like, this sounds really familiar, like more familiar than Umineko.
No, Onisama. I don't really understand.
The older sister closed her eyes lightly, smiled, and opened the unlocked window a crack. It super does! I know this melody!
Mm-hmm.
Cool outside air flowed in, making the curtains flutter.
Let us put it in the toxin-filled words of a human. We are not supposed to exist on this island. I shall go further. Right now, there is no one in this corridor. And yet the lock has been undone, and the window has been opened. Can you see how great a miracle, a great work of magic, a proof of our existence that is? Even you should understand the coolness of this breeze. I do understand. It's nice and cool. The coolness, the softness of the breeze. And the feel of the fluttering curtain touching your hair. All of these things show that we truly are here. So, by unlocking this window like this, we can leave behind proof that we really did exist. And that is why I unlocked it.
Of course, it wasn't just small pranks like opening a window. She could also smash windows and vases or leave behind strange fires and mysterious scribbles. In fact, one time, she actually did play a large-scale prank in the kitchen, piling up kitchenware in an eerie manner and leaving behind a bizarre scribble which scared the servants considerably. It was a complete success. She'd really managed to scare the servants and had succeeded in making them acknowledge the existence of magic, weakening the anti-magic toxin. However, she usually chose to make her presence known by unlocking windows. The act of unlocking symbolized her release from the limitations imposed by the human's toxin.
One day, we will become a single witch and rule over all of Rakenjima. When that time comes, we will gain complete freedom and will be capable of stretching our wings as we please.
We won't have to be afraid of anyone's gaze anymore. We'll be able to fly wherever we wish, disappear wherever we want. Laugh however we like, prank however we like, talk with anyone we want to. Humans might ask things of us from time to time. They might fight with us or play with us too. What wonderful things for us frail creatures, who cannot appear before anyone, to look forward to.
Right now, they're little more than pranks. However, as they pile up, proof that we exist will begin to gather. The servants already call me the Witch Beatrice, Master of the Night, and are beginning to believe in me bit by bit. The more they believe, the more those humans will lose their anti-magic toxin.
I see. So this means that Father has no anti-magic toxin. And that's because he truly believes in the existence of the witch I am, without any doubts.
Ah!
I finally realized that, though I thought him to be cold, Father does possess a kindness that can't be seen.
I'd like to become a great witch and appear in front of everyone soon.
The song is called Sunny Spot, and I think it's just an Umineko, but it's Dai, so it may have some similar leitmotifs.
Okay. I am also kind of terrible at distinguishing between the emotional piano tracks in a lot of cases. So yeah, it's also possible that I am just misremembering something wildly. But like parts of this really do sound like they might be like recycling some stuff, some parts from Higurashi, or not recycling, but you know what I mean.
Indeed. Eventually, we will be able to appear openly in front of anyone. By doing that repeatedly, we shall make people believe in us even more. And eventually, we will display even our magic for all to see. At that time, we shall descend upon Rokenjima as the great witch you told me of.
That was a pretty good impression of Ahaha.Wav.
I faltered on that, actually.
It worked, though.
Thank God.
Ready to talk to yourself some more?
Oh my God. The logic of that witch side is quite interesting. Keeps me entertained. And it does sound credible in a way. When humans are frightened to hear that they've entered a ghost hotspot, they're likely to start yelling, "Ghost! Ghost!" at the drop of a hat. That's right. At a fundamental level, all phenomena are neutral, indifferent, and dull. If you want them to be viewed in a certain way, you must first create a suitable environment.
Literally all of life is about the vibes, child of man.
It's all about the vibes, child of man. If a person has charisma, people interpret what they do in a positive way, even when they screw up. I see. I guess in that sense, the beta's small efforts are misguided. If it was just the mansion's locks being undone, everything could be resolved by saying that someone forgot to lock up, or that it was some kind of prank. However, the rumors of a witch wandering about the mansion night after night slowly began to take shape as the existence of the witch. An environment was established so that if anything strange happened in the mansion at night, it would all be viewed as the work of the witch. I get it. If you follow that reasoning to an extreme, then what you get is no different from a witch existing in the mansion at night.
After the Beatos finished their mischief of unlocking and opening the window, they enjoyed the coolness of the wind and the brightness of the moon, then became gold butterflies and disappeared into the darkness. There was no way of knowing whether the window they had opened had actually been opened by them. The servants might have forgotten to lock up, or one of the family might have opened it after the servants had locked up and forgotten to shut it again, or maybe someone had played a prank. In the same way that none of those possibilities could be denied, it was also impossible to deny the possibility that a witch really had opened a window to enjoy the night breeze.
A result without an observer can possess an endless number of ways in which it might have occurred. Humans who can't grasp anything more than a single possibility are unable to imagine anything. However, people who believe in the possibility of a witch can imagine that it was a witch's prank. When that happens, the scene of the Beatrice's prank that we have just seen is etched into the fragments as a fact. That's one of the foundations of magic, embellishing the process.
With just a little magic, even a mass-produced stuffed animal can be reborn as a wonderful, unique stuffed animal filled with a mother's love. If you doubt it, it'll be burnt by the anti-magic toxin. If you believe it, that magic will become the truth.
Not all magic is bad. Maria Odi-chan was right. Good magic exists too. It may be necessary for a child of man to possess the power to repel evil magic. However, refusing to burn away and defile love-filled magic is part of how love in the human world works. Well, good magic is the only kind I can forgive. For all other kinds, the best remedy is to deny them and burn them away.
I like magic that's good. I don't like magic that's not good. It's a pretty simple philosophy.
A typical answer for a child of man. Getting back to the point, knowing this much, I guess that means that the ghost Beatrice who was called the ruler of Rakenjima's night doesn't really exist. It's nothing more than a general term for the inexplicable occurrences that take place in the mansion after dark. In other words, Beatrice isn't the name of a person, it's the name of a phenomenon.
If anything bizarre happens, it all becomes the work of the Golden Witch. That environment in which a witch could exist is what Beatrice is.
That keeps building on itself until I reach 1986. This is the veil that the true culprit is hiding behind. The person hiding behind it was without doubt a human. Perhaps that holds true at this point in the witch's tale of the past. However, I doubt you can use that argument alone to fight all the way through 1986, don't you?
There's something I love so much about the Featherin and Anjay scenes and how much they embody what it's like to be somebody who knows Umineko and has friends who are reading Umineko.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's like. And it's great, because when you're here the first time, you really feel Anjay, because you're like, can you stop being so fucking cryptic?
Mm-hmm.
Can you just say things? And she can't. She has to be this way. And I know this because I have been this way. It's so great.
Ridiculous. Wasn't that obviously because someone forgot to lock up?
Well, you may say that, but but this isn't just something that happens once or twice.
In other words, you're a klutz, a fool, and a moron of a servant who forgot to check not just once or twice, but many times over.
Shannon isn't the only one. That same window was always opened even when other servants did the rounds.
Yeah, Mom even asked me if I'd ever left a window open in the hall that night. I had absolutely nothing to do with it, but she still got pissed. Sheesh.
I'm sure Beatrice wanted to gaze at the moon. Ooh.
It is a bit creepy to have that happen over and over at the same window. And that time when the kitchenware was piled up in the kitchen with a creepy magic circle scribbled there. Sounds even more freaky.
Yes, and they said it was an eerie magic circle drawn with something like blood. Ever since then, people have been scared to patrol the kitchen.
How about the case of the eerie magic circle in the kitchen? Who witnessed that?
Oh, well, it wasn't me. I think I heard about it from a servant kid who quit. I wasn't on duty that day.
So it's basically like this. Just like those exaggerated stories you hear about haunted locations all over the world. You servants like to have a little fun telling ghost stories about the nighttime mansion, right? You talk as though the witch exists and infect others with that belief.
So, all of the eerie things that are supposedly done by Beatrice are baseless rumors, which are either the result of coincidence and accident or something that someone fabricated for fun. Is that what you're trying to say?
Exactly. Of course, there's no way Beatrice exists.
Ooh, Beatrice exists!
I'm glad you understand so well, Battler-san. There's probably some person by that name, or else multiple persons or unfixed number who do things and attribute it to that name. Of a fixed or unfixed number. However, this delusion of a golden witch Beatrice that we're all thinking of is completely impossible.
Ooh! Ooh! Beatrice exists! I've met her!
Oh, could you tell me about that in detail? You met Beatrice? And did she show you magic or something?
Ooh! I see her all the time! Even every time I come to Rakenjima! And she always shows me fun magic!
Denying the existence of the witch would always have the immediate effect of infuriating Maria. However, Erica, who didn't know this trick to avoiding Maria's fury,
plunged into it head on. Yeah, this is the face of someone who didn't know how this conversation would go.
Mm-hmm.
But no matter how Maria tried to sell the idea of Beatrice's existence, she stood no chance of defeating the ruthlessly intelligent Erica in an argument. George and Jessica hurriedly tried to calm Maria down, but there could be no quelling her anger at this point.
Good. So, she showed you magic. Could you explain in detail what kind of magic?
She'd always use magic to give me candy as a present. Beidou could create candy with magic.
She just took it out of her pocket, didn't she?
No, she didn't! It was magic! It was incredible! Tons of candy poured out of an empty cup!
Wow, that's some awesome magic. That's right, that really would be magic.
Yeah, it was magic! It really was empty! I checked inside it myself!
Huh? What do you mean you checked inside it?
Give it a rest, Erica-san. She's just a kid. Think of it, Erica-san, would you like what?
No, thank you. I'm having a seriously intellectual discussion over here. You outsiders can stay out of this. You'll have to tell me in more detail, Maria-san. What do you mean when you say that you checked inside it? Fortunately, we have right here with us a teacup that's just been overturned and emptied. Come on, be my guest and reenact what happened then, okay? Let's see it if you would, let's see it!
Detective destroys 9-year-old with facts and logic.
Yeah, seriously, intellectual discussion over here, perhaps one of the most, yeah.
Yeah, she's having a seriously intellectual discussion over here. After holding the cup of black tea, which she had just overturned and was still dripping, upside down over the table, Erica slammed it down hard and slid it over to Maria. Erica's eyes glowed repulsively, like those of a snake about to snap up a frog. Those eyes were ice cold and had a madness in them that made one want to avert their gaze. On the other hand, Maria was glaring furiously, her whole body shaking uncontrollably, in the greatest expression of anger that a human can manage. The look on her face was frightening. Not at all what you'd expect from a 9-year-old girl.
Stop it, both of you! Okay, Beatrice took the empty cup, and then she did this. She put it upside down on the table.
Yeah, and then what? Did she lift it up right away and candies float out? Incredible, that really would be magic, right? It would be.
Battler and the others tried to get between the two and calm them down, but it was no use. They violently pushed aside the others, and, glaring at each other from so close that their foreheads banged together, they repeatedly slammed the upside-down cup on the table. The sound of their foreheads banging together and the cup being slapped down shattered the barrier between reality and illusion. Witch fight!
It was magic! It is magic! Beidou used magic to make candies appear.
Oh, Santa got you that purse, huh?
Lines before Erica is forcibly removed from the department store.
Then why don't you reproduce it for us? Founder of Mariage Sorcière Maria, the Witch of Origins!
Lady Erica, this opponent is not worth your time. This battle is not worth fighting.
Shut up, murder doll! Okay, how do you claim that the overturned cup was filled with candies?
Just turning over the cup over won't make candies come out, because you have to use magic. Beidou can use magic because she's a witch.
Oh yes, magic! She used magic! How did she use magic? Did she swing a magic wand and tap the cup to make candies pour out? No, that can't be it, right?
Was that thunder? Or
Fireworks, probably.
Yeah, I forgot that it's 4th of July.
It is the thing about it.
It's a fireworks holiday.
It is. It is a Maria line, my friend.
Ugh.
Beto is a witch, so she uses magic.
For once we get to talk to each other.
Yeah.
Magic happens when you say an incantation and cause a miracle. You can't use magic that makes candy unless you say the incantation.
Oh, sure, understood. Good, very good. Let's see this incantation. Let's see this magic. Come on, what kind of incantation would a witch use? What kind?
Come, try and picture it. The inside of the cup is filled with candies. Try and picture such a wonder.
Oh, and then what?
Look, the inside of the cup is filled with candy.
Maria grasped the overturned cup so tightly that it nearly cracked, and slowly lifted it up. Then, from the inside, several cute candies poured out. Maria looked at Erica with a full smile, as if to say, "That showed you."
Good. And this is what you like to call Beatrice's magic, is it?
The police are coming for Erica.
Delanor! Beat her to death!
Okay. As you wish.
I won't let anyone deny Beto's magic. Because magic is magic.
The scene echoed in my head when I got an argument with a 10-year-old about the rules of Monopoly, not my proudest moment. Listen.
I love how Maria's blue in the face.
Yeah, she is. Maria's fucking pissed.
Magic is impossible. You might be telling a lie about something that never happened.
Repetition demanded. Failure to respond will be violation of Nox 7th.
I'll respond. This is the truth.
Baby fight.
Baby.
This is a story of something that really happened.
This wouldn't have anything to do with a trick in the actual cup or table, making this just a sleight of hand, right? That would be against the rules, wouldn't it?
Hidden devices and tricks are in violation of Nox's 3rd. However, if and only if foreshadowing has been presented, these are permitted by Nox's 8th.
Nox's 3rd prohibits hidden doors and devices that have no clues pointing towards them. However, by presenting foreshadowing and clues that point towards the existence of said devices, Nox's 8th allows them to be used.
There were no tricks like that. It was just an ordinary table and an ordinary cup. So it was magic, not sleight of hand.
Understood. By Nox's 9th, we acknowledge that Lady Maria witnessed magic.
That's right, with the 9th at least. Observers are always allowed to speak their personal opinions. Otherwise, mysteries where the culprit is seen dressed up as a woman and it's written, "I saw a woman," would all be disqualified. Sure, that's fine. Claim that you saw magic all you want. All truths are nothing more than claims. So, I'll make a different claim and see straight through yours to the truth. That's the detective's duty, and where we shine the most.
There's nothing to see through. It is magic.
Since it is magic, only witches can use it, right?
That's right. Only witches can use it.
So if a human like me could use it too, that would mean it isn't magic, right?
You can't use it. Only Beto can use magic.
Good. Then why don't I show you? I'll make candy appear from out of this empty cup.
Do you think you can't just try? Impossible, impossible, useless, useless. There's no way a human could do it.
Then please, please, please just relax and watch. here we have an empty cup. Is that okay? It is, isn't it? Then we turn it over on the table like this.
Let it be known that this fight has no purpose.
Let it be known that this is fucking stupid.
Okay, can you say the incantation for creating candies? In fact, why don't we say it together? Come, try and picture it. The inside of the cup is filled with candy. Try and picture such a wonder. Stop! Maria-san, why did you close your eyes when you said the incantation? Why not witness the miracle of magic?
Humans are polluted by the anti-magic toxin. If a lowly human saw it, the miracle of magic would be wiped out of existence. That's why the rules say that lowly humans have to close their eyes when using magic.
I see. Okay, I understand the protocol for humans to follow when magic's being used. In other words, not once have you ever witnessed the moment that magic happened. Isn't that right? Look, it's done now. Please, try and lift up the cup, okay? After all, I've used magic to make candies appear.
There's no way someone who makes fun of witches can use candy magic.
Let it be known that we are charging overtime.
Then if it actually does work, it'd be pretty amazing, huh?
After glaring at Erica with the utmost of malice, Maria slowly stretched out her hand towards the overturned cup. There was no way that Erica, someone who made fun of witches like this, could ever use magic. There was no way that there'd be candy there.
So, how does it look inside?
And there lay a single candy with a cute wrapper.
See? This is magic, right?
Erica smiled gently. A look of disbelieving shock rose to Maria's eyes, along with envy for this person who could use the same magic as Beato.
Erica, you can use magic too?
See? It's magic, isn't it? What I did there.
Yeah!
So in other words...
Erica smiled pleasantly. She and Maria had finally reached a deep understanding.
Of course it isn't! Well, you had your eyes closed. I just lifted the cup up and tossed a candy in. You call that magic? It's just a third-rate trick! There's my blue truth as the detective. Now as the witch of truth, here's my red truth. Your so-called candy magic is nothing more than a sleight of hand. Just a sleight of hand that the fake witch calling herself Beatrice or whatever claimed was magic. I mean, seriously, did you really get fooled by such a stupid parlor trick? Any magic related by your perspective can't be trusted at all. Everything you ever thought was magic was just a trick that you didn't get. There's no way that was magic. There's no way magic exists. Ah!
It might have been sleight of hand when you put candy in the cup, but that doesn't prove that Beato's magic was also sleight of hand.
Stream latency is great. I was just saying, stream latency is great. I can tell because of Grace's reaction time to Sakatayo. It's just always funny when I'm like, oh yeah, it only took about a second and a half. Nice.
However, you also can't prove that only magic could have done it. You rotten stuffed animal.
Please allow me to speak. Know that this is a meaningless battle.
Is it really sleight of hand if you tell someone to close their eyes and then do something? Hey, don't crush 8-year-old me's dreams of being a magician, okay?
You goddamn scraps of paper! Why do you have to butt in at the good part?
That is enough. Lady Maria has been shown that the candy cup magic could possibly be a trick that she misunderstood to be magic. Therefore, her claim that it was magic is dismissed. However, it might have really been magic when Maria saw it. Just because it can be done by sleight of hand doesn't disprove magic.
Yeah, it's like, this isn't even a challenging trick to figure out. It's, like, super obvious what's going on. And yet Erica has to, like, she can't let it go. She has to win every conversation.
Well done, Lady Erica. Congratulations on crushing Lady Maria's illusion of the witch.
Wow, congratulations. You won an argument with an 8-year-old. Sorry, a 9-year-old. An illusion of the witch occurs when someone tries to force the acknowledgement of magic by claiming that a thing would be impossible without it. It's how witches launch an attack. If someone's able to successfully argue back and show that it would be possible without magic, the illusion of the witch is defeated, and the witch must retreat. This is the gameplay for Umineko no Naku Koro ni. The magic Maria claimed to have seen could have been a trick, so it was unqualified to be acknowledged as magic. However, that was only the result of this battle. It was still too early to bring the fight into the domain of denying Beatrice, the witch, and the magic that Maria believed in. However, battles always end instantly when your opponent surrenders. Erica had wanted to hit Maria with everything at once, defiling the witch and magic she believed in, and crushing it without a fragment of compassion.
Just one more step and I'd have been able to take a heart as innocent as the smooth sand just after a wave is pulled back, and tear it to bits. What a shame. This isn't fun anymore. Are you satisfied now? Ouch! Ow, ow, ow.
Erica grumpily punched Delanor's arm that had been restraining her. However, that cold, hard, marble-like arm just made Erica's hand hurt.
Diplomatic immunity! This battle is over! Please allow me to speak. Diplomatic immunity accepted. Know that this fight is childish.
Yeah.
Did you say something?
She did not. Let us withdraw. Lady Maria is no enemy of yours, Lady Erica. There is no need to pay attention to small fry such as this.
You're right. How childish of me, tearing a kid's dreams apart. I'm really sorry, okay? I apologize for my momentary lack of elegance. Let's go.
Erica and the others turned their backs on Maria, who was still crouching down limply. However, as detectives and famous mysteries have always done in the past, Erica clapped her hands, stopped, and turned around.
Oh, that's right. What do you think? Simply by the existence of the overturned cup, this level of reasoning was possible for Furudo Erica. What do you think, everyone?
Erica's merciless words gouged themselves into Maria's heart once more. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Erica left, leaving an evil laugh behind her. After bowing to Maria and Sakutaro, Glanor left too. Gertrude and Cornelia followed suit. After that, only Maria and Sakutaro were left in the lonely Golden Land. And I think now's a perfect time to call our break, shall we?
Yeah.
As soon as it lets me...
Ryu.
We'll return on that note. See you soon. Everyone have a good break. I'll leave him on screen just for grace. We'll be back shortly. See you soon.
Bye, I love you all.
Hi, we're back.
Hi.
Grace, I hope you were having fun playing toys and exploding Sakutaro with your mind, as he deserves. I think you're just going to hear fireworks for the rest of this stream. I don't think there's really anything I can do about that, but we closed, like, some windows, but, you know, I threw him into that rose bush so much.
It's just the sound of the explosions.
Yeah, exactly.
It's diegetic.
It's the sound of Grace exploding Sakutaro with her mind. It's okay, I can't distinguish from the ones I'm hearing in real life. Hey! That's the beauty of it. Yeah, at least if you're here live, it's very...
diegetic.
Yeah, it's not disruptive, because probably if you're in the US, most people are going to be hearing that. Sorry if you're watching the VOD, or if you're not in the US.
I'm sorry if you're in the US.
I'm sorry if you're in the US for other reasons. Basically, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Read your line, Sakutaro.
Uryu. Beto is a witch. Uryu. Beto is a witch. It was magic. It was magic. It was magic. Beto used magic to give you candy. You don't need to doubt that. Uryu, please believe in Beto. You know that magic can't bear fruit unless you believe.
Thinking about the time I analyzed who in Umineko had the most crying sprites, and Sakutaro had the highest percentage of crying sprites of any Umineko character. I think just because he has, like, 4 sprites. Surrounded by an ice-cold drizzle that had started falling at some point, Maria cried quietly. Trying to at least protect her from the rain, Sakutaro used his large sleeves to cover Maria's head. God, what a visual! And stayed there by her side.
Okay, let's go, Maria. Let's play cards together in the room upstairs.
Erika-san, as an adult, I can't say I was very impressed by that conversation just now.
My apologies. I'm still just a kid after all.
After seeing that wonderful candy magic brutally insulted by Erika, Maria had been crying non-stop. I started noticing as soon as the after-dinner quiz party that your personality really is screwed up. Do you think this is fun? Do you like tearing a little kid's dreams apart?
Please stop, Bather-sama.
Yeah, I do.
Please, for my sake, don't push any further. Please?
Shannon, who had been looking flustered, bowed her head deeply and implored Battler to stop. George, who didn't want Shannon pressured, fell in line. Let's go. Let's spend this year in the cousin room again. We can watch TV and play cards.
I've heard that Erika-san has her own room. Shannon, please guide her there.
Oh, no need to bother yet. I'll relax down here for a little while longer. I want to savor it a bit.
What the hell are you trying to savor? Battler and the others could no longer hide their irritation. They had no obligation to entertain their uninvited guest any further than this. Erika herself understood perfectly well that no place would welcome a detective. Battler and the others wanted to leave, and Erika wanted to stay. The 5 of us can. Myself, Jessica, Battler, Maria, Shannon. Good night, Erika. Jessica urged Maria, who was still crying, to come along. Then Maria stopped and spun around.
Got a problem?
They do exist. Here and there. Humans who are practically lumps of the toxin and don't believe in magic. There are lots of boys like you in my class. They don't believe in witches or magic or miracles or happiness. You can't become a witch if you let a toxin like that burn you to ashes. I may not look it, but I am Beatrice's disciple. I am the apprentice witch of origins.
Yeah, kids who don't believe in happiness exist in her class. Maria, who had been crying quietly a second ago, seemed to have been transformed into an entirely different person. She laughed, no, cackled eerily. Battler's group stiffened up at this sudden change, but Erica was watching calmly. Then she smiled and gave a small nod in response.
Good. You've got some guts. Good night, Miss Maria. Let's fight in a more challenging game next time.
Sure, let's. It's a promise.
You stop that too, Maria. Come on, let's go.
What about you, Shannon-chan? Come with us if you want, to play cards. Come on, join us for at least one round. It'll cheer you up.
Then just for a bit.
Shannon couldn't remain in this suffocating lounge any longer, either. In part apologetic and in part trying to escape, she followed after Battler's group. After that, Erica was the only one left in the lounge. Still wearing a thin smile, she tapped a glass with her finger. There was a light chink. A surprisingly boring sound. Even so, Erica wore a thin smile, as though pleased.
Oh! Sorry to keep you waiting!
Kept you waiting, huh?
I was just in the bath. Oh, where is everyone?
You just missed them. They went up to the second floor. I'm the one who called you here. I've heard that you know a lot about the story of Akujikishima and the tale of the Witch of the Forest.
Yes, well, it is a trivial story, but...
I don't mind in the slightest if it's trivial. Would you like a drink to follow your bath? Even I like to be helpful every now and then.
Erica stood up, opened the refrigerator behind the counter, and put ice into the ice pail. I like that Erica will be like, I'm baby, and then immediately start being like, let me pour you some fucking brandy or whatever. I think she was waiting until she thought everyone left, so she'd go, oops, just missed them. Oh darn, what a shame, back to resting. Yeah. I believe this about Kumasawa. Erica-chan, huh? She's an odd kid. Somehow I just can't seem to get along well with the young kids these days. I just don't understand the youths anymore. To be fair to George, being 23 does feel like that.
Yeah.
You're still pretty young yourself, George-san.
I guess it's because I've always been the oldest of the cousins. It's always made me feel like I'm not one of the young ones anymore. George and Shannon could be seen standing in the rainy rose garden. Though the rain was still pouring down, there was hardly any wind at all. The scant protection provided by the arbor was more than enough to house this secret meeting between lovers. Following that fight with Erica, they had decided to play some cards for a change of pace. When that was over, Shannon had returned to the servant room, and shortly after that, George had left his room to meet with Shannon at the time they had arranged.
I think kids around Erica-san's age have a hard time getting along with themselves, more so than any other age.
And what age is that, Shannon?
You know, that age.
It's like, Shannon's talking like she's older than Erica, but I don't know that that's true. Yeah, that's true. Around that age, most kids are so determined to free themselves from the shell of childhood, they lash out in all directions with their beaks.
When they do break out, they'll finally be free to stretch their wings and fly high. I was like that too. My old self, still trapped inside that shell, was a weak, deplorable person who I couldn't really respect.
That's not true.
No, it's okay. I realize it myself. Back then, I might have been the oldest of the cousins, but I was still a lazy, hopeless person. And it wasn't just with the cousins. At home, at school, I was like that everywhere. I hated being like that. I wanted to break that shell and become a splendid adult like mother and father. My two parents who are splendid adults, the both of them.
Mm-hmm. Normal, great people.
My normal and well-adjusted parents.
But in the end, you did break out of that shell, George-sama. Every time I've met you these past 2 years, you've grown beyond recognition.
Lots of egg metaphors, which could of course mean nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Did something cause you to make up your mind?
To break out of my shell.
Yes. I can't imagine that you grew so rapidly like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. Just by wandering around aimlessly. I thought there must have been some turning point that made you become so determined.
I fell in love with you and grew thanks to the power of love, is what I've told you so far. But the truth is, the turning point was a much more negative emotion.
No way! It's hard to believe that someone who is always so bright and cheerful as you could have negative emotions.
I feel like I'm about to... There it is, Jesus.
Isn't tight.
It's one of those where it was warning me for like a good 5 seconds. Well, my parents brought me up to treat women with care, and I thought that I'd managed to live my life that way.
Yes, I think you're wonderful and a real gentleman.
But I'm not, actually. I didn't know how to interact with the opposite sex. I deified them excessively, and though I always behaved in a gentlemanly ladies first kind of way, I was probably outright afraid of interacting with girls. Of course, George had wanted to be around girls as much as any healthy boy might. However, he didn't know how to interact with them. He wanted to act like a gentleman, to avoid being disliked by them, treating them with care. Of those feelings, only the words "treat women with care" took precedence, blossoming into a subconscious fear of women. You might call a man like that gentlemanly or a late bloomer. Ridiculous. I was just a coward. Because of that, I started to wonder why I couldn't get a girlfriend if I was so gentlemanly. And I eventually came to the conclusion that all the women in the world had no taste, and started to hate all of them. Selfishly. That's what a truly pathetic man looks like.
I gotta say, especially after reading Higurashi, it is hard for it not to become your belief that Rikishi is consciously trying to radicalize the otaku population.
Yeah.
And it's parts like this when they're like guys who are so afraid of women and so incapable of interacting with women that they functionally he's predating incels essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just so funny to recall that this was, the target demographic of this game was, very specifically people who go to Comiket.
Mm-hmm. It's you can better yourself, by the way. You don't have to commit to this, by the way.
You can be different.
You can improve yourself, and people will like you more.
Hey, when I was like this, I was a stupid, immature piece of shit, by the way. It's just, it's such a Rikishi turn to camera moment when you just remember that, the target demographics of this game, the people who would have been receiving this game, absolutely is a demographic that needs to hear that.
Mm-hmm. I hear people giving George shit for all this, and, I get it. However, I do like seeing more fiction where the shitty guy like this actually puts in work and becomes a better person instead of being the same fucking guy and just finding a girl that likes him exactly like that, which is what I usually feel like I see end up.
Yeah. And I mean, like, still a terrible person.
Oh yeah.
But like he's a
Shiromiya who isn't a terrible person.
Exactly. He has still grown in certain ways that's like it's a very interesting angle for his character.
Mm-hmm.
How many years ago was it when I noticed? Probably when I was in middle school. At the time, I assumed that I was obviously the most gentlemanly of the cousins, so I would obviously be popular with women. However, reality was very different. At school, I was pretty much completely hopeless. Far from being a leader, I was a typical bullied kid who got pushed around by everyone. At the time, I figured I was just a capable and adaptable man who could keep in perfect tune with his surroundings. How stupid. Sure, I might have gained some measure of trust from girls. However, not only was there no one who would become my girlfriend, there weren't even any girls I could call friends. I wish someone would friend-zone me. Of course, I was a man who always stepped back for the sake of ladies first. Who would ever want to follow behind such a negative, unmotivated man? It's funny. I didn't even realize this, and was convinced that I was an attractive guy.
I can sort of understand how you felt. Just because someone puts a lot of hard work to look attractive to the opposite sex doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't necessarily work out as they plan.
Oh? Has that happened to you too, Shannon?
Of course! One time I wanted to catch a boy's eyes so much I tried to put on makeup even though I didn't know how and embarrassed myself. I remember a lot of embarrassing failures.
The person that made me finally get over my conceit and open my eyes was you, Shannon. No, it was both of you.
What was the turning point for you, George-san?
Envy, probably.
That's unexpected. But envy over what?
I saw you and Battler-kun having a really good time talking. That made me envious.
Me and Battler-sama?
Shannon raced through her memories, trying to find a conversation that might have made George envious.
Okay, viewers, this girl, who is cute, is helping you to absolve you of this fate. Will you become a better person for Shannon.png? Yeah, don't crunch the numbers on this. They're not good.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't think about it.
It probably seemed trivial to you two. However, it still made me envious. I don't want Battler to hear what I say next, no matter what. Can you promise me?
Of course.
It's going to be a shameful confession. Still, I want you to hear it. I want to hear your answer tonight, only after I've told you about my bad sides as well.
Okay. Let me hear it. Let me at it, Coach.
With a smile but a serious look in her eyes, Shannon nodded. Tonight. She knew what he was going to ask her tonight. George had the right to confess before asking that sacred question, and Shannon had the obligation to listen. Shannon understood this, so she listened quietly.
So this is what a witch of theater going peeps in on during her spare time? Stories of love are precious in any age.
Not these ages.
I never tire of them. I don't know what numbers mean anymore. I don't know how any age works. She has the attitude of the rich person, like, it's just a banana. What could it cost? $20?
Yeah.
Before her, everyone is a newborn babe.
That's true. Read this line, it's so important to me.
However, I do find that expression of virgin disgust on your face even more amusing. I hope you liked my line read.
It was good. Featherin laughed quietly. I just love that Anjay's like, why are you showing me this? And Featherin just goes, you fucking virgin.
You virgin! You virgin!
Anjay huffed and looked away. But she quickly realized that this would only entertain Featherin even more. So she tried to act unconcerned. Both Badler-kun and Jessica-chan have always been spirited. No, phrasing it that way is just dodging the issue. Let me be frank. George looked up at where the moon should be, high above the rain clouds, and spoke. They were honest words, spoken simply from George's heart. For a long time back then, I thought of Badler-kun and Jessica-chan as bad-mannered kids.
They are.
No, let me be even more blunt. I thought that even the way they talked was vulgar. It is. To be fair.
To be honest, they do swear a lot.
Remember the first conversation they had in this game?
Yeah.
He was not wrong. It's true. I don't mind if you hold me in contempt for that. No, like, they're gross. The both of them are gross.
I don't. People are allowed to think whatever they want inside their hearts. Plus, by the way, I think they're kind of gross.
Yeah.
In fact, I think you are all the more commendable for not letting it show on the outside.
Thanks. I secretly looked down on those two. I was so conceited that I truly thought I was just overflowing with gentlemanly charm compared to them. I was at that age where having a girlfriend felt like a necessary condition for becoming a real man. I truly believed that no girl could fail to admire a gentleman who treated girls as well as I did. So I really did assume that the girls I knew were attracted to me. It's awesome to have the characters basically look into the camera and say, you need to treat women as equals if you ever want a relationship with a woman. Yeah, to be like, women are people, by the way. Like, that's kind of the key that George was missing ultimately, is like, yeah, a woman is a person. And you can speak to them as though they are fellow people. I always thought that Badler-kun and Jessica-chan, who always joked around and spoke in a rude, vulgar fashion, would never be able to get a boyfriend or girlfriend. I might have used that argument to distract myself when I still couldn't get one myself. I was a fool. They weren't inferior to me at all. I was the inferior one, with my deification of the opposite sex and my fear, which I hid under the guise of ladies first.
That's been Badler and Jessica's personality from the beginning. True, they were rude, and one couldn't have called them gentlemanly or ladylike. However, they did have the power to interact without worrying about gender.
People will like you if you're chill and interesting.
In fact, you might even call that their charm. I sort of understand. People like Oni-chan and Jessica One-chan can get along with anyone, whether that person's a boy or a girl. I hate to bring it up because George Oni-chan, but I find people who act too overtly like a gentleman a bit creepy. It's like they're virgins trying too hard, or whatever. I love how it's the narrative trying to be more gentle with George, of him being like, I was a shitty, bad person there. I thought I was better than that, but I learned how to become better. And then Andrew shows up, those people are freaky virgins, and no,
yeah.
I don't like them.
Yeah. Well, they had to have a character who's a woman say it. Mm-hmm. To be like, yeah, I don't like guys like this.
When dealing with strangers, people prefer for them to be harmless and boring. However, they only appreciate these qualities because such a person doesn't get in the way. No human would want to hang around with a boring person all the time. Of course. No idiot want to be friends with the unmoving, unspeaking telephone pole. However, unmoving and unspeaking is exactly what you'd want from a telephone pole. That's it. It seems as though George finally discovered that he wouldn't be viewed as an attractive man, no matter how superior he was, and that he had been treated like a telephone pole the whole time. By the way, what is a telephone?
Back then, my conceit was at its peak. So when everyone gathered at the family conference, I believed that I was the most attractive, and that all the servant girls who played with us loved having me there. On that day, I finally realized how pathetic I was.
Did I say something inconsiderate then?
No, it's the opposite. You didn't say anything at all. My conceited delusion that I was the only one ever reflected in your eyes was crushed. Just when did it start? Now it must have started long before then. I only failed to notice because my eyes were clouded with conceit. One day, I suddenly realized it. All of you were getting along with Battler-kun and Jessica-chan far better than with me. Playing around and having a good time. Yes, those two, whom I had looked down upon so much, were radiating far more charm than I was. You really looked like you were enjoying yourself that day. The look on your face was far brighter than any you ever showed me. Sickening, isn't it? I just assumed that you liked me, and even had some childish fantasy that we might end up dating. I one-sidedly felt as though my girlfriend had been stolen from me and let myself feel hurt. I was such a pathetic man. It's when I finally realized how foolish I'd been.
George-sama.
After that, stuff happened and Battler-kun stopped coming to the family conferences, but I heard about him time to time from Uncle Rudolph. He's a pretty funny guy. Even though he got in fights with Battler-kun all the time, he always paid close attention to what his son was up to.
That's true. He spoke to me about it as well. I think even Asuma-sama was exasperated by it. She thought all his popularity with the girls at school and the unceasing trouble this caused must have been because of Rudolph-sama's blood.
And Jessica-chan, too. I hear she built up a huge number of friends, both boys and girls, and that she was always right in the middle of things. When I talked with her myself, I could see that this was no exaggeration. This proved that the two I'd looked down upon were much more attractive human beings than I was. At first, I tried to imitate those two. It was pretty ridiculous. I thought that by joking around and speaking rudely, I could get that same charm they had.
You did that? It's a bit hard to picture.
It was miserable. I wish I could forget that time for the rest of my life. In any event, I quickly realized that I could never become truly attractive by imitating them like that. I had to develop my own personality. The reason I had no charm was because of my cowardice. Under the pretense of respecting people and acting to fit in with the general atmosphere, I was always running away. I resolved myself to overcome that flaw and be reborn. I finally understood the shell I was in, and I swore to break out of it. Every time my determination began to waver, I'd remember that day. That day I saw you two forget about me entirely and play around happily. And the fact that those eyes of yours, which I always assumed were attracted to me, never noticed me at all. I made an oath. This time, I wanted to be the one who caught your attention for real. The one reflected in your eyes. That's actually the first thing I felt when I fell in love with you.
Sounds like it was pretty complicated for you.
On that day, my desire for the revenge against the two of you who had ignored me and played together, no, against you alone, suddenly transformed into true love. However, I swear this to God, even though that was the reason I first started to take you seriously. There are not lies in the way that I feel about you now. I swear to love you for all my life. I will not lie about that for anyone or anything. And I am prepared to take you as my wife, even if it means having the entire world as my enemy.
George-san.
That's the confession I wanted to make to you beforehand. Before now, I've called you my first love, love at first sight. That was a lie. It was only my selfish, twisted...
It doesn't matter.
Shannon smiled, but she spoke forcefully enough to cut through George's words.
Is there some rule saying that people can't get together just because they weren't each other's first love? It's a betrayal to forget the first person you fell in love with. Love isn't that simple. Oh, well, it might be simple. After all, love is easy. At all times, whatever you feel now, only the honest feelings you feel now can tell you the right answer. Love is easy, speaking is not. So things of the past, or how our relationship started, aren't important at all.
Then, confessing to all that was wrong of me.
No. I'm a bit glad to learn that even George-san, who's always perfect at everything, has a human side to him too. And I'm kind of glad that I'm the only person you've told this to.
Thank you. I was only able to become who I am because of you.
Me too. I am as I am because of you, George-san. So please, tell me without holding back. What kind of husband and wife will we be? And what kind of future will we build together?
Tell me. One-sidedly tell me what our future looks like.
When I have you as my wife, I will become an even more accomplished businessman than my father. And after several challenges and adventures, I hope to find the limits of my potential. I want to reach that peak together with you. The view from there will be something no one can show you but me.
It sounds fun. I'll be with you wherever you go.
Of course, it won't only be an adventure as a businessman. I'd like to create many things that only a couple can make.
And what could that be?
Let's have some kids.
Yes, my husband.
I'd like 3 of them at the least. At least 1 boy and 1 girl.
And what if all 3 are boys?
And the next one might be a girl. We can have a 4th one. It doesn't matter how many. Let's enjoy the adventure of bringing them up together. And when those children eventually leave their nests, they'll make us some grandchildren. Before we know it, we'll reach a boisterous old age, surrounded by a whole crowd of kids and grandchildren.
That sounds fun. I wonder what kind of a grandpa you'll be.
And I wonder what kind of a grandma you'll be. However, I will always keep loving you.
Yeah, Grace. Yeah, it is.
And when we eventually pass away, surrounded by our vast family, our lives will stretch behind us unmatched by anyone else's.
George didn't just talk about his love of the present. He swore to love her soul until the final moment when the lid of their coffins would be shut. Then George took a small box out of his pocket. Even without opening it, she knew what was inside. He took it out with a motion that was even more natural than the one he'd practiced in the airport bathroom, and it was overflowing with masculine charm.
Sayo.
Yes.
Let's get married.
Yes.
Please, take this ring and put it on your finger.
Yes, George-san.
That ring, which glistened divinely even in the dim light of the arbor, passed from George's hand to Shannon's finger. Of course, Shannon had already decided which finger to put it on.
I swear to resolutely stand against any fate that may attempt to stand in the way of our future.
George proclaimed that he would reveal their engagement to the entire family on the next day.
My parents might criticize this marriage. However, I will not let them stop us. I'm going to inform them of our engagement, not ask for their permission. If Mother says that she won't allow our marriage, I plan to have myself disinherited and will leave this family together. I have been prepared for that since long ago. I swear once again to resolutely stand against all fates that get in the way of our future." George had said it aloud, so Shannon said the same thing.
Me too. I swear to stand against all fates that get in the way of our future, George-san.
Awesome.
Badler-san, when will the crime start? I just about had it with this love show.
Be quiet and watch.
Sure, fine. I'd hate to yawn and let some spectacular bit of foreshadowing slip by.
Do you have no love?
Are there any mystery novels that accept love as proof? No, there aren't.
Erica laughed coldly and stared down at the two on the game board. Badler watched her quietly. Erica thought she felt a touch of pity in his gaze, and she averted her eyes uncomfortably.
I do understand, more or less. Love can at least become a motive for murder. I can interpret this scene beneath the arbor to represent a possible motive for the crime if their engagement is somehow impeded. Then again, no matter how much people talk of love with words that aren't read, it's all just an illusion.
That's sad. So you can never love a human without proof given to you by a witch.
Please put an end to this frivolous love talk. I'm your enemy, not a friend to whom you can talk about love just for the hell of it. I can't understand you at all right now. What on earth did you figure out? Weren't you in bed always insulting and trying to kill each other? What kind of truth could you have reached to make you change your emotions regarding her? Please don't tell me that feelings of true love have sprouted from your murderous rivalry or anything like that, okay?
Lady Erica, let us have him continue the game's progression. Boring love scenes such as this are best finished quickly.
Ah, you've got a point there. Sorry for butting in. Come on, let's move on.
Cecil, consider that I would stop bothering you if you stopped falling asleep in bothering range. Think about that next time. Look inward.
It's Shannon. I've come back.
Indeed. The log for today has not yet been filled out.
Yes, I'll do it right away. Kanen-kun, thank you for keeping an eye out while I was gone.
That was a pretty long break.
Cannon had already noticed. There was a silvery glint coming from the ring finger on Shannon's left hand.
Then I will retire. Please do not hesitate to wake me if anything occurs.
Sorry.
Good night, Genji-sama.
Genji disappeared off to the waiting room. After that, only Shannon and Cannon remained.
Thank you for giving me some time. I'll stay here for the rest so you can go to sleep now.
So it's my turn next.
Yeah. Sorry, but we aren't going to lose.
And I won't lose either.
Even though you've always been a coward and let Milady take the lead until now.
Damn.
Wasn't it you who taught me, Nason?
What did I teach you?
The past is immaterial when it comes to love. The present is all that matters.
I love Shannon because she's so nice but has the capacity to be so fucking backhanded.
Mm-hmm. If that's true, then I think my present is no way inferior to yours, Nason.
Shannon and Cannon glared at each other with serious eyes. That period of tension vanished when Shannon chuckled.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You and Olivia have to give it your all. If you do end up together, make sure you build up a relationship wonderful enough that the rest of us can cheer you on with all our hearts.
Who's the rest of us?
Oh, you know. Well, you do have a huge lead on me.
There's no helping that. That's what you get for your cowardice before now.
I know. That is my sin.
Shannon and Cannon fished around in their pockets and drew out 2 small things that glittered gold. They looked like the left and right wings of a gold butterfly.
It's you.
1 second. I need to show you a post that just showed up.
Okay. That is pretty good. It's 3 Higurashi cosplayers face down in a stream. And like in the stream, like they are sopping. And it's just captioned young girl swimming.
I'm sorry, like I try when I'm distracted, I try to, but this felt like worth derailing.
It's really good. Send that to me.
Of course.
We are furniture. In order to become human and receive the miracles that allow us to love, we must rely on a miracle of magic once again.
Do you think that a brooch would actually prove useful?
It's the only magic within our reach.
It was the golden butterfly brooch, which Beatrice had once given to Shannon in the hopes of creating love between her and George. Shannon then gave it to Cannon, but he let his emotions get a hold of him and crushed it into pieces. So, when the 2 wings they held were brought together, it would regain the form of a beautiful butterfly.
Then I'll be back soon. After all, they have asked me to play cards with them.
Yeah, good luck. I'm sure Milady will be happy.
It's a bit embarrassing.
Enjoy that feeling.
Cannon left the servant room. He went to go see Jessica and tell her what he had determined to do. Shannon quietly watched him go. The fragment of the brooch and the engagement ring let off a gold and silver glint.
That takes me back. That's something I gave Shannon, if I recall. I always wondered if they lost it after Cannon stepped on it, but it seems they had it the whole time.
Yeah, I always really like Shannon and Cannon, but I like Shannon and Cannon a lot this particular episode. I like how much focus that their relationship gets.
Shannon. 2 of them. That's the gold butterfly brooch, isn't it? I read about the magical brooch that can save a love relationship in Feather and Sand's book. Sanning her?
Wow, yeah!
Sanning her? Sanning Featherin?
First name San. I know she laughed out loud at that.
Oh, you know that she was like, oh, how charming to be sanned by my first name. By a stranger who I just graciously let into my home.
That had been the first time that Beatrice, Witch of the Forest, had interacted with a human and given them her power. Bit by bit, she had transformed from a mere ghost to the ruler of the mansion at night. And by making the servants believe in her, she had wiped away the anti-magic power. And then, it eventually became possible for her to appear openly in front of Shannon, whose magic resistance had grown particularly low, and who had begun to believe in the existence of Beatrice. To Beato, who had been unable to interact with anyone for many years, this conversation with Shannon must have been especially fun.
Sorry, I was having some tea. That's why I generously gave her the butterfly brooch. I was in quite a good mood. It is no common thing for a heartless witch such as myself to be so gracious. But it's wonderful. You brought a pair of future lovers together. I'm not even high anymore. I was high earlier today. I was not high by the time stream started, by the way.
Sorry, I'm not good at talking. I'm today years old.
I'm 1 year old and I'm learning how to speak through you. Cigarette!
It's the greatest post of all time.
I love that post so much. Great job, you losing your words. Can someone get this toddling bitch a smoke?
It's like such an esoteric character pull for that post, but it's the realest one you could possibly do. The mind of OP.
It is literally my favorite Umineko post.
It's really one of the greats to me.
The 1 second is the Battler and Rudolph one that's like, my dad is outside in the dark listening to Pink Floyd and an inflatable thing, and they just sent me a text telling me to turn off the lights in my bathroom because it's killing the mood.
Yeah! I know exactly the one because that was from a text post thread that I sent you that was, in my opinion, mixed in quality, but that was some of their finest.
Had some bangers, had some failures.
Yeah, exactly, which is true of every text post thread. It's why I love those kinds of text post edit threads, because the picks are always like some mix of incredible and absolutely
dog shit.
Incredibly divorced from any understanding of canon. It's fantastic every time.
Understanding of canon?
Yeah. Understanding him.
Understand him. Of course, I did not do it to pamper them. It was to engage for smashing that it was in exchange for smashing that hateful spirit mirror that had repressed my magical powers. Thanks that I was able to regain much of my power and all in one go. And then, one night, purple lightning smashed the shrine. Those of the surrounding islands called it an evil omen. Oh, now that I think of it, that must have been a prelude to Beatrice Sama's resurrection.
I have trouble not saying someone get this toddling bitch a smoke to my baby cousin.
You are so real for that.
You're so strong for that.
I could never be exposed to a baby this day, because if they said a word to me, I would feel the same temptation.
Yeah. Because this toddling bitch should get a smoke. Exactly. I would have a hard time not saying hell yeah to kids, I think.
Same.
You're not supposed to say hell yeah to, like, 5-year-olds. But that is so much of the time the correct response to the things that they say.
I remember back when I worked at a medical office.
Uh-huh.
And the thing I had to do is I had to call patients before they came in to get their intake information.
Uh-huh.
And one of the stuff is just like, are you right or left-handed? I remember I was calling with some, I think it was like a 15 or 17-year-old boy. I think it was an odd number, but he was a teenager. And I asked him, he's like, oh, I'm ambidextrous. And I was like, oh, hell yeah, man. He's like, yeah, isn't it so cool? I didn't mean to say hell yeah to a 17-year-old patient who was coming to our office. I didn't mean to do that. It just slipped out, and he loved it. He was glad that someone was actually appreciating the fact that he was ambidextrous.
That's great. At least teenager is like a good age for them not to make a whole thing out of it, at least. Kumasawa had the rest
I was working, though, so...
Yeah. Kumasawa had the rest of the night off. So she had let Erika talk her into drinking a bit, and was chatting about the legend of Akujikishima. Akujikishima. I said it right the first time. And Beatrice in a happy, tipsy mood. Erika would nod from time to time, but besides this, she listened in complete silence. She wasn't actually taking notes, but she was gathering information on the whiteboard inside her head. Then she frowned as though noticing something out of place and held up her hand.
Wait a second.
Yes?
That shrine was built by a traveling Shugenja monk to seal up the evil spirits of Akujikishima. Isn't that right?
That is correct. It was one who possessed a vast supernatural power who placed that power within the mirror.
And placed it within the shrine as a sacred mirror to seal the evil spirits. Something feels off about that. Why would a shrine to seal the evil spirits of Akuji Kishima also seal Beatrice?
Well, that's because of the sacred mirror's spiritual power. Have you considered the fact that magic is soup? And the shrine was chopsticks and a Japanese setting. But because Beatrice's power is soup, she needed a spoon and they had to get rid of the chopsticks.
I see.
I feel like that's better after my...
Yes, that was...
So it's this really convenient sacred mirror that works on both evil spirits from the east and witches from the west. Got it. I'm still not satisfied, but I'll back off there for now. What I don't understand is why Beatrice can't stand spider webs.
She's a butterfly.
Butterfly.
Chopsticks can do anything, you old hag.
According to the legend, the evil...
No. You should be like, the chopsticks are the best anti-magic weapon. That's why it repels the witch, not because of whatever the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, of course. According to the legend, the evil spirits of Akuji Kishima despised spiderwebs, so they were apparently used as wards against evil in the surrounding islands. In fact, spiders are a useful bug. There's nothing strange about the fact that the island farmers had treasured them. It's very possible that they were then tied to the story of evil spirits and became known as charms against evil, leading to a tradition of people treating this useful bug with care through the generations. I like this lore on how legends come about.
Mm-hmm. But that's just the legend of Akuji Kishima. The origins for the legend of the witch Beatrice came after Yoshinomiya Kinzo moved to this island, when rumors sprouted about the mysterious legend of the gold, as well as the witch mistress who gave it to him. In other words, the evil spirits of Akuji Kishima and the golden witch Beatrice were originally completely different things, and yet the stories treat them like they're the same.
Well, now,
The evil spirits of Akuji Kishima couldn't stand spiderwebs, so neither could Beatrice. That sort of reasoning has been applied all over the place. When it was pointed out that this was strange, Kumasawa was lost for an answer.
The doorknob to Kinzo-san's study has a scorpion magic circle drawn on it, which represents a charm against evil in Western sorcery. That's why the Western witch Beatrice can't touch it.
It's because she's an empath.
I can understand that part. But there's no reason for Beatrice to dislike spiderwebs. I don't remember spiderwebs ever being included among things witches can't stand. On the contrary, wouldn't spiders be the friends and minions of a witch?
well,
In my opinion, those two legends about the evil spirits of Akuji Kishima and the witch Beatrice have been mixed together a little. In fact, maybe they've been fully fused together as one. The legend of Akuji Kishima is a fairy tale created by fishermen fearful of reefs in the Rokenjima area. However, there was no visual image to go along with those evil spirits. Were they people, or monsters, or ghosts without legs? There's no mental picture of them. People are bad at imagining things without visuals. That's when the legend of the witch called Beatrice came in. A witch is a lot easier to picture than evil spirits. And on top of that, Kinzo-san had a portrait of Beatrice drawn and displayed. In other words, the lack of a visual image, which was the one weak point of the legend of Akuji Kishima, was finally completed. Since then, perhaps the two legends have been mixed together.
I forgot about the fact that when I do my Erika voice, I bunch up my tongue and it starts to hurt after a while. Kumasawa?
well, I wonder. Oh, it's a bit confusing for an old lady such as myself.
Kumasawa laughed to smooth it over, wiping away a cold sweat. She might have seemed confused, but she actually did understand what Erika was saying. In truth, she had been vaguely aware of how the legend of Akujikishima, which had been around before Ushirimiya Kinzo had come to Rokenjima, and the legend of the Golden Witch, the story of the woman who had given Kinzo a vast quantity of gold, had both transformed. She didn't want to acknowledge it, but she knew. The setting where Beatrice hated the spirit mirror and spiderwebs. This had been based on the ancient legend of Akujikishima. The evil spirits part of that legend had just been replaced by the witch of the portrait.
So, if there really was someone claiming to be the Golden Witch Beatrice, I'd really like to ask her whether she actually does hate spiderwebs or not. What happens when she touches them?
It is said that the witch and their minions receive burns when they touch spider webs. So that is probably what would happen, I suppose.
That's not bad. A splendid witch trial. If the spiderweb touches her and she gets burned, then she's an evil spirit, not a witch. And if nothing happens, then it just proves she's just a human. In other words, whether she's burned or not, it will prove that the Golden Witch doesn't exist. The legend of the witch is nothing more than the legend of Akujikishima, reboiled with a new face on it.
Well,
simply by the existence of the legend itself, this level of reasoning is possible for Furudo Erika. What do you think, everyone?
Though only the two of them were in the lounge, Erika faced in the direction an invisible audience would have been, and shrugged. And, just as Erika imagined, the targets of her comments actually were there, listening in.
Spiderwebs? They burn you if you touch them?
When Beato the Elder snapped her fingers, a graceful silver spider slipped down from the ceiling, hanging by a transparent thread. Delicious alliteration in that sentence. Mm-hmm. Afterwards, only a single silver strand remained. Timidly, Beato stretched her finger out towards the spider's string. Then, she touched it.
I'm fine. You are? Huh?
Beato the Elder lifted up a white, pale finger, and after showing it to her little sister, she traced the silver string with it. There was a stench like a single hair being burnt. Once again, she held her finger up in front of Beato, who was stunned. There was a thin burn line, as though someone had traced across it with a razor.
What's going on? That is what I would like to know. Why are you unharmed? I don't know. What I don't understand is why you do get burned by it by touching a spider web. I do not know. It has always been like this since I first gained consciousness. Then, are you?
Beato hesitated. However, her question was clear.
No. I'm not one of your evil spirits of Ajukishima. I am Beatrice, ruler of Rokenjima's night. Even I do not know I have the same weakness as the island's evil spirits of old. Spiderwebs the only thing you can't handle? As this Erika person said, I cannot touch the doorknob to Kinzo's study. The scorpion magic circle burns me. For me, trying to open that door to the study is like trying to pick a red-hot horseshoe out of a fire. What about you? Huh? Scorpion magic circles, you mean?
The older sister snapped her fingers again. When she did, the surrounding scene bent and twisted, and they had suddenly moved to the place in front of Kinzo's study. And there was the doorknob engraved with the scorpion magic circle.
Those who research magic must have a refuge sealed off from both humans and spiritual disturbances. It is no surprise that Kinzo chose to seal off his study and place a charm such as this here. And unfortunately, that affects me as well.
She gently grasped the doorknob. As she did, a violent burning sound, unbelievably stronger than the one caused by the spiderweb, rang out.
One-sama, are you okay?
One-sama but feather and san.
Yeah.
Ah! Your hand!
Her hand had been horribly burnt, and Beidou couldn't help but avert her eyes.
Fear not, this scratch will heal quickly.
Sorry, I'm sleepy. Apparently, it would heal by itself if left alone. The older sister seemed to heal at an inhuman rate.
However, it seems you can handle it just fine.
She timidly poked the doorknob. Nothing happened. Slowly, she touched it with her entire palm, but she felt nothing but a pleasantly cool sensation.
Strange. Though you are my double, you are different from me in several ways.
Well, I might be able to touch the doorknob. If I ever get burned like you do, I don't think I'd heal that easily.
That's as though you're a normal human.
Wow, One-sama, you're a little cringe. If that's okay.
Yes. Even I find it a little hard to believe that I'm a witch. I just can't use magic like you. I can't get strange burns or heal from them later.
I mean, you can get strange burns.
Mother believed that I was a great witch reborn, but I cannot believe that.
Who are you?
I am Beatrice. I was born for father's sake. And you, One-sama?
I am also Beatrice. I used magic to give Kinzo gold, and then later became his soul and the formless witch that haunts this island.
Just who on earth are we?
Unlike you, it seems you seem to be in possession of a body.
Huh? Really?
Yes. I thought of it while listening to that Erica person. I am a witch who can use magic but has no body. And you are a witch who has a body but can use no magic. Eventually, perhaps we'll become one, each filling in what the other lacks to form the true, complete Beatrice.
It seemed to make sense. Both of the Beatrices were missing something. If they became one, then they would surely be very close to the Beatrice that Battler desired.
Do you want to try?
Huh?
Hold out your hand.
The older sister slowly raised her palm and held it out before Beidou. The large burn from a second ago really had started to heal already.
It may be possible for us to become one. I want to know as well. By becoming one with you, I want to learn about my future self.
Beidou also raised her hand slowly, and the two hands touched. But nothing happened. Perhaps this meant that, while they were fated to become one eventually, that time had not yet come.
For me, being burned by spiderwebs is perfectly normal. However, you didn't even know about it. But the same way, you say that the reason you were born was for your father's sake. Apparently, that father is a Shirmia battler. I know him as a rare guest who only comes a few times a year. But I cannot understand what connection you and I have with such an infrequent visitor. Surely we must learn more about each other.
Yeah, you're right. I get the feeling that learning about each other will lead us to something very important.
On the other side lies the single future Beatrice.
That's weird.
Ah, sorry. Did not mean to. I lean on the keyboard. Sorry,
That's
Elder
weird.
Beidou.
Calling her cringe. On the other side lies a single future Beatrice. No, it may be more correct to call her the true form we are meant to possess.
With their hands still joined, the two Beatrices swore to fill in the parts the other lacked and regain their single form. Bit by bit, Beata was walking down the path that led to the former Beatrice.
I'm so used to that sound being the
Delanor's gun cocking sound.
Yeah, that I just like, did Delanor show up?
Yeah, I know it's not a gun cocking sound effect, but it's the one they use for guns and also for Delanor when she breathes. I could hear the eerie sound of wind and rain. Once again, I hazily regained consciousness on top of the bed. The finger that the witch had bitten off was attached to my hand. That's not to say that it was all an illusion, but my finger was now attached. After all, the pain and the teeth marks as though a witch had bitten it were still there. And yet the window, which I had supposedly smashed, had been fixed as though it had never been broken in the first place. How can I escape from this creepy room? Why am I locked up in this eerie room all alone? I want to get out. I have to get out. Please, let me out. The door was sealed with a firm chain. I could open it a crack, but only enough to peek out into the corridor at best. Even getting just a fist through it would probably be hard. The window wouldn't budge either. It was no better than a barred prison window. The bathroom didn't even have a window. The only thing that could get out of there was the water that flowed out if you turned on the tap. No matter what I do, I can't think of a way out of here. While shut up in a place like this, I truly am a prisoner. Unless someone comes from outside to save me, I won't be able to get out for all eternity. In that case, can't I just call for help? Yes. The tiny gap I can make in that door must exist so that I can call for help. But can I make the words come out? Earlier I tried to call out for help, but for some reason the words couldn't escape my mouth. Maybe I was just confused. I might have lost my voice in my haste and confusion. I'll open the door and make that crack appear one more time. The warm light of the hallway flowed in, making the darkness of the room stand out all the more. Though I couldn't hear any voices, I did feel something peaceful. I'm sure everyone's in the room at the other end of the hallway, chatting happily about something. If I can just call out, surely someone will come to save me. Holding back some indescribable fear, I tried yelling once more. But the result was the same. It was like trying to yell underwater. All I did was get out of breath, unable to call out in the slightest. Even though I could say as much as I wanted if I just grumbled to myself inside the room, whenever I tried to make my voice reach outside, I choked and was unable to say anything. I understand. My body isn't the only thing locked up in this eerie, closed room. My voice is, too. Thinking that I could use some other kind of sound to call for help, I tried opening and closing the door violently, making the chain rattle. It does sound as though it's clanking noisily, but it's surely no good. Even this sound is being locked inside this closed room. No matter how harsh a sound I make, I'm sure it'll be quieter than a leaf falling by the time it reaches the other end of the corridor. I tried using the hateful chain that sealed the door to make a sound to call for someone, but that only deepened my despair. This chain. That's insane. Just a second ago it was
a stiff chain that looked like it might be used to seal a monster away. But at some point, it had transformed into a normal chain lock. This changes everything. Now I can just undo it from the inside. I tried to undo it, but the chain wasn't long enough for that while the door was still open a crack, and I couldn't get it off. Obviously. Calm down. I gulped and calmly closed the door. Then, when I saw that the chain had slackened enough, I touched it with my finger to make sure. When I was little, I hated chains because I could never get them undone right. However, that was a long time ago. Now I can undo something like this. Anyone could. It's easy. I imagined that the demon who'd locked me in this room using this as a trap... to give me hope, just to make me despair even more. But I pushed those thoughts aside for the time being. Have a good night, old Avalanche!
Good night! See you again.
See you again. I undid the chain lock, and the chain dangled there, right before my eyes. Now, there's no lock sealing this door. Please, don't torment me anymore, and just open normally. Slowly, the door opened. When I closed the door to undo the chain, the warm light from the hallway got cut off. If I open it again, what if that warm light is gone this time? I was even afraid of stuff like that. However, that was just me over-imagining things. Slowly. Quickly. No, I guess this is normal for a door. As the door let out an annoying creak, the exit from this cursed closed room finally opened. I did it! I did it! Even my cry of joy was strangled. But that doesn't matter anymore. All that matters is that I can get out! I poked my head out and looked left and right down the corridor. The warm corridor. I could sense people having fun at the other end. Everyone's right there. Let's go, right now! At that moment, something cold and heartless crushed my throat. It was as though an iron loop had been fastened around my neck and pulled on hard from behind. No, not as though. Without my knowing, at some point, a thick metal collar had been fastened around my neck. When did this happen? When I turned around, I despaired even more. Out from the inner side of the door I had just opened, a thick chain had extended and attached itself to this collar I was wearing. I pulled on it, but it didn't even budge. When I shook it, the whole door creaked. The hell? The chain that connected my collar was attached to the inner side of the door. Yes. The same vanishing chain that had secured the door shut a while back. Had suddenly become a chain holding me in place. That's insane! That's insane! Damn it, what's going on here? I pulled with all my strength, trying to tear the whole door off, but I already knew from repeated experiments that it wouldn't even budge. I'm sure this chain will disappear once I go back inside the room, but it'll never let me leave that room. Though it had apparently turned it back into a normal chain lock, nothing had actually changed. The chain lock still bound me to that room. Tears flowing down my face, I pulled with all I had. It was completely useless. No matter what I did, I'd never tear it loose. And I wasn't even permitted to call out for help. I felt a confused anger at how the demon had mercilessly made me think that I'd escaped for just an instant. But no matter how much I yelled, no voice came out, and no one on the other end of the corridor could hear me. Then, I noticed an odd stain on the wall of the corridor. It wasn't a stain. There were letters, traced out by a finger that had been covered in red paint. Those letters, which looked like they'd been drawn in blood, answered my biggest question. The chain
lock must be set. You're allowed to unset it, but then it must be reset. Unless it is set, this exit of yours will be unusable.
I instantly understood the meaning of that ominous message, and I tried it out and understood completely.
When I returned to the room and reset the chain lock, the collar around my neck disappeared. When I undid the chain lock again, that heavy feeling around my neck returned. In other words, I cannot leave this room while the chain lock is still unset. In that case, why don't I just set the chain while outside the room? I undid the chain one more time. The collar and chain appeared around my neck again. I stepped out into the corridor and closed the door behind me, leaving only the slightest of cracks. I stuck my hand through that crack, grabbed the dangling chain, and tried to reset it somehow. Damn it! Even though it was so easy to do from the inside, why is it so hard to do from the outside? The gap needed to be wide if I wanted to manipulate the chain well. However, that made the chain too short to reach. To make the chain reach just a bit further, I'd have to close the door a little bit more. But if I do that, there won't even be enough of a gap to fit my hand in. Of course, that was perfectly natural. Chain locks are made to be used from the inside. They'd be completely pointless if you could set and unset them from the outside. That's why the length of the chain is specially chosen to prevent anyone from setting or unsetting it from the outside. Then, can I use some kind of hard and thin tool? If the gap of the door is just a finger's width across, that's more than enough for the chain to reach. I could just bend a wire hanger so that it fits through the crack, and work the chain with that. That's right, there's a closet just to the side of the door. Could there be some hangers in there? Found one! Oh, thank God! A single, cheap-looking hanger, like one you might find in a laundry room, was hanging there. Really? I'm pretty sure that when I last looked a short while ago, nothing like this was in the closet. Who cares? Quickly, quickly! I twisted the wire hanger, bending the end with the tip around. I formed a loop at the end to grab things with, making for a sort of burglar's tool. I then dashed out into the corridor again and closed the door almost as far as it would go. My wrist could never pass through this. However, if I close it this much, the chain should have extra length to spare. And this crack is large enough for me to stick the hanger through. Now it's just a matter of technique. If I keep trying, I'll definitely be able to do it eventually. I'm certain of it. It's harder than it looks. But the chain is long enough. It isn't impossible. I had finally gotten my hands on the one way to escape. It was hard, yes, but it was theoretically possible. It's possible. I'll be able to get out. I'll be able to escape from here. At that moment, I felt a heavy weight on the far side of the door. It felt as though someone inside the room had pressed their forehead against the door, and was drawing closer. And she, the witch, had laughed. Then I felt a powerful and strange force on the wire hanger. Is she trying to grab it away from me? Yeah, right, like hell I'll let go. Like hell I'll let my one key out of here get stolen while my guard's down. Fortunately, I'd stuck my wrist through it so that I wouldn't drop it if my hand got tired. You won't be able to snatch this out of my hands. The witch on the other side of the door laughed at me. Then, I noticed something weird. I looked at my left hand, which I had pressed against the door to hold it in place. And between the fingers of that hand, I could see something red. They were red letters. I realized immediately. At some point in time, even more bloody letters had been drawn on the door, and my left hand had been covering them up. Still fighting against the vice-like strength of the witch beyond the door, I moved my left hand aside. Where that hand had been, bloody letters had indeed been drawn. There, as though someone had predicted that I'd struggle this way from the very beginning, was a message from the witch to me.
It is impossible to set or unset the chain lock from the outside by any means.
All tricks done from the corridor, had been sealed by the red letters. No way. There was suddenly a terrible sound, and the force pulling on the hanger was suddenly released. Then, when I pulled it out and looked, I lost all hope. As though it had been hit by the acid of the room's darkness, the tip of the hanger had burnt and bubbled, and melted off. Now it's pitifully short. This can't be used for anything. It would be useless to search for a substitute. All schemes to set the chain from the outside have been prevented. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it! I threw the remnants of the wire hanger against the floor, faced the hallway filled with a warm light, and called for help. However, I just choked, unable to speak at all. Everyone's just down the corridor. Everything's peaceful there. I can't hear their voices, but I know. I'm sure they're all having a good time playing cards. Please, someone notice. Someone save me. Yeah. This time it wasn't the witch's voice. It was the happy voices of everyone else, which I could hear coming from the other end of the hallway. Someone come over here and save me! Sorry, but I'm out. George slammed his last card down, ending the game with his victory once again. Everyone gasped in unison. The cousin room was filled with laughter as they enjoyed their card game. Oh, so you really did have it, George Aniki? Damn you. Damn you, 6 of spades!
Your 8 of diamonds is pretty nasty too, Battler.
I was so close.
You're incredible, George Oni-chan. You won again.
Yep, looks like we've won again. Maria couldn't really hold her own in an all-out battle, so she had teamed up with George, which was why she was celebrating his victory.
Utter defeat.
Cannon winced and let his cards drop to the table. Why was my instinct 8 of diamonds isn't a real card? I'm so tired. Me when I've been playing Balatro checkered deck too long.
Yeah.
The 8 of diamonds isn't real. The game of 7s between Cannon and the cousins had been a fierce battle. I was gonna say I don't know what card game they're playing.
7s.
So it would seem. I don't know 7s. Normally they would take things easy since Maria was there, so this sort of game was rare. Cannon had started taking the game seriously, unwilling to lose, so George and Battler had responded and the battle had grown fierce. Unlike Battler, who was carefree enough to enjoy it whether he won or lost, Cannon's mood changed drastically with every victory and defeat. It was less of a dislike for losing and more that he just wasn't used to playing. He wasn't used to trading a few wins and losses with his opponents, so he took even losses within a game seriously. Since he had resolved to win and had unfortunately challenged the veteran players George and Battler, the result was plain to see. As Cannon slumped his shoulders, Jessica slapped him on the back.
You almost had it. I love fighting all out like this. Whenever you go all out or not, if you just lose in the end, it's all pointless. That's not true. If you really gave it your all, there's no reason to get all depressed when you lose. If you lost after hardly trying, then you'd be grumbling and complaining about how you would have won if you had taken it seriously, right?
This advice won't be applicable anywhere else for Cannon.
Absolutely not.
That's right. People who really give it their all never complain. They're always cheery no matter what the result is. You're right, and they can be scarier than anyone else. They always learn something from their experience and grow.
Very true. I was a coward, so I can never learn anything. See that I'm now still immature. I'm furniture, so any dreams I might have are pointless.
Because he rigidly believed that, he distanced himself from everything, shutting himself away. However, during that same time, Shannon had undergone many life adventures, and now her hand was resting on the door separating furniture and humans. The old Cannon would have only seen this card game as a way to pass the time. However, the new Cannon was capable of gaining something new from this experience. That's probably what it means to grow. Furniture does nothing but rot with the passage of time. The ability to grow is a privilege given only to humans.
Thanks for playing with us. You probably had work to do, like filling in the log, right? I'm really glad you decided to hang out with us. Don't worry about it. I had a lot of fun, too. Him smile. Him smile. Or should I say that I've realized that this sort of thing is fun. Thanks for pushing so hard for me to come.
He's learning to play toys.
He's learning to toys.
Which, as we all know, is the central thesis of the entire When They Cry series.
You gotta play toys with your friends.
You literally have to play toys. It is... Listen, I haven't read Kikonia yet, but if Kikonia isn't about playing toys, then it's going to be, is the thing. I simply know this. Because When They Cry is about the importance of playing toys.
Let's challenge ourselves more and more. Let's go and find more and more things you didn't know about. Oh, by the way, about what we were talking about earlier? Ever wanted to try playing guitar? Well, I won't force you or anything, but it must be very difficult.
Him's face.
Look, him's face. Look, he's face. Think about that video a lot. Do you know what I'm talking about?
See him face?
Yes, see him face.
Yeah. The people say Black Cat is bad luck, but actually Black Cat is good luck.
See
him face. And I could, like, move your hands over the strings and stuff or something. I mean, like, if that'd be easy or anything, you know, just want to be helpful.
I love this Jessica face so much. It's so cute. Baby. Aw, don't worry, sweetie. He's been distressed by the fireworks, but he isn't, like, hiding about it.
Yeah, he's not, like, scared. He just keeps getting startled and weirded out.
Mm-hmm. He's gotten so brave.
He really has.
But I'll do a good job teaching you, and I'll even practice with you. Well, I guess I'm not much of an expert myself.
At first, Cannon was scared that he might make a complete fool of himself if he touched a musical instrument for the first time in his life. After all, he knew that screwing up like that would make him feel bad. However, Cannon was starting to learn.
It's only natural that I'll be bad when I first start. If I try to run away from it, I'll never learn anything.
For all eternity.
For all eternity. I'll never achieve anything. That's right! Isn't that why people love it when they feel themselves improving? Even I sucked at making my left and right hands move at the same time when I first started. But I slowly got the knack of it, and I started to feel more and more natural.
Quit your job. Join my emo band.
Literally. I think Cannon could fuck it up on the drums.
Cannon as a drummer was not something I'd considered, but I think that you're right.
I feel like it makes, like, sense for him to be the drummer. As a sort of, like, he wants to be a little more backseat, but he's still keeping this family together.
Yeah, which, like, for similar reasons, I had him pegged as a bassist.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I'm actually rocking with drums. I think I actually see that more.
Mm-hmm. Like the bassist and the guitarist, they get the more attention in a band usually.
Not so much the bassist.
Oh yeah,
but,
true.
Yeah, and something steady. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And something he can hit really hard because he is so pissed off.
He does have a lot of pent up everything.
Learning to play the drums would be healthy for Cat.
Yeah. I'd like to reach that level too. Or what? I'd like to reach that level too. If one path to that goal is playing music with you, milady, I would love to do it with you. Really? Yes. I'm sure I'll be horrible when I start, but I might even make you lose hope at me times. But if I've given it my all, even messing up is no big deal. That's what I learned from you all just now. You're embarrassing me. I love you more than ever, milady. Because I averted my eyes for so long, even though you shone like the sun. I never noticed you when you were right there next to me. Then I'd better work harder to make you love me even more.
They're so lame. I'm gonna blow
They're
them
so
up.
fucking cringe.
Cannon's serious and competitive words were more than enough to make Jessica shy. However, Cannon's expression unexpectedly clouded.
Milady, the reason I love you is so clear. Because of that, I can't bear not knowing. Not knowing what? Why did you start to like me? Unlike you, I don't shine in any sense. Even now, I'm just clinging to your back as you shine the way. I can't think of any reason why you would love someone as shabby as me. That's not true, okay? There are all kinds of good things about you, Cannon-kun. Let me swallow my pride and ask. What about you made me like me, milady?
Cannon hung his head. Since he had never learned anything on his own, he had never been able to take the initiative with her in any way. The fact that he was accepting her affection one-sidedly, unable to do anything but simply receive it, made him sad and frustrated at himself. Jessica was lost for words. After all, compared to the reason that Cannon had started to love Jessica, Jessica's reason was a lot more vague. She had heard Shannon talking about her love with George, and at school she and her friends had always talked about relationships with boys. There would have been nothing strange about a girl fascinated by the idea of romance, developing an interest in a nearby member of the opposite sex. However, if you put that into words, it might be misinterpreted to mean that any nearby boy would have done just as well. However, she could still be proud of the feelings she felt at this very instant. She really did love Cannon, and she truly wanted to experience romance. As a result, they might end up together, or they might not. However, if she reached that result without holding back, she could accept it, no matter which it was. That's why she was able to become serious and honest about how she felt. However, she couldn't find the right words to tell Cannon this. When Cannon saw Jessica bite her lower lip in frustration, he finally realized.
I'm such a fool. Huh? What about me do you like? That very question is foolish. It's proof that I'm not serious about myself and that I haven't been able to understand even myself. It's horrible of me to try to make you say it for me. That's not true. After all, it's the first question any girl would like to ask after being given a love confession. What part of me do you like?
Jessica, why do you like me so much? Ah, sorry, that's a stupid question. No! Any girl would ask that question!
It was immature of me to ask you that.
Any girl in your position would ask that.
How could anyone love someone so immature? Wait, that's not...
Jessica panicked, trying desperately to explain how she felt. However, Cannon was calm, and then he spoke.
In that case, I want you to love me the way I already love you. I've decided to start changing myself so that can happen. I can hardly imagine that you would love me as I am. But someday, no. No matter what.
Yeah? I'm absolutely sure you'll become a wonderful person, Cannon-kun. A guy so cool I can't keep my eyes off you. Until then, I'll stick by you all the way. We have plenty of time.
We have plenty of time.
But, unfortunately, there isn't that much time left.
What do you mean?
It usually saddens you when I talk about furniture. However, this is something I must tell you. It is also something I must fight for with all my soul.
What are you talking about?
I don't want to hear any more of that I'm furniture so I can't fall in love talk.
You're human, not furniture.
Yes. I would like to become human. However, I'm still furniture.
In that case, just do it. Become human.
The witch taught me once about the single element of this world. According to her, it's love. It's something that humans are born into this world can take for granted. However, it is not something that those not from this world who are born as furniture can take for granted. In order to gain it for themselves, they must have magic or a miracle.
In the same way that Nae-san and George-sama would never have ended up as they have without borrowing the power of that golden butterfly brooch.
I don't really get that last part. What don't you understand? Oh yeah, a break from me talking to myself for more of myself talking to myself. Good show. Let me hear it. Since this game began, a large portion of the time has been spent on Shannon and Kanna's determination to fall in love. I've got no problem interpreting that as a story of growth and teenage determination for a girl and a boy who call themselves furniture. One of the assumptions they make feels really out of place for me. Why is magic necessary? Is that it? Both Shannon and Cannon call themselves furniture. I got my voice that makes me yawn.
Yeah.
They always claim that there can't be love between furniture and humans. At that point, the magic of the golden butterfly brooch comes into play as the miraculous result of its magic. Love is established between Shannon and Giorgio Oni-chan. That's what they claim. Might it mean merely that forbidden love between people of different classes would be unmanageable without a miracle of magic? True. I can accept that Shannon and Cannon, who are servants in forbidden love with members of the family, are suffering for it. Might debase themselves by calling themselves furniture. Then what is it that you cannot accept? Without borrowing the power of magic once more, marriage will be impossible. That seems to be the common understanding between Shannon and Cannon. I just can't understand that part.
After meeting in secret for quite some time, George and Shannon had finally gotten engaged. Both were fully prepared for it emotionally, and though there would be some trouble with the relatives, it would probably be impossible for anyone to prevent their marriage by this point.
Sorry. Trying to stand between two who
That's Featherin.
Okay. Trying to stand between two who wish to be wed is as foolish as standing in front of an arrow and trying to catch it. Exactly. Now that George Oni-chan has sworn to protect his lover for the rest of their lives, he has no need to fear opposition and disinheritance from his parents. On the contrary, you might even consider that a perfect test of his love for her. In other words, they'll be married no matter what. No one can stop them. And they both consented to the engagement. No one can stop them or impede them. Trying to break apart lovers is a foolhardy venture. Yeah, and that's what's strange. There's no need for magic.
If George and Shannon had wanted Ava's approval for their engagement, then magic might really have been necessary. After all, Ava had forbidden his relationship with her. No matter how much George spoke on Shannon's behalf, the chances of Ava being convinced were very near zero. If that were the case, it would be understandable if they'd wanted a magical miracle to make Ava acknowledge that engagement.
However, George Oni-chan has already made an oath. He doesn't care whether his parents approve the engagement or not. Yeah, there's nothing standing in the way of their engagement, and Shannon should know that as well. So why is it that now, on this night where the proposal went so smoothly, she's still praying for a miracle of magic? According to the furniture, she won't even have the right to marry without such a miracle. And there you go. It means that Shannon has accepted George's proposal, but she knows that there's still some kind of barrier that can't be overcome without a magical miracle. That barrier isn't something they can overcome by their own efforts. And that's why they need this miracle called magic. Why do they need magic? If two people love each other, then what other miracle could they possibly need to be together? Oh, I see.
Featherin listened to NJ's interpretation, smiling in a satisfied way. Apparently, she had already reached that conclusion and enjoyed watching NJ finally manage to do the same.
And that same question applies to Canon as well. The love between him and... Oh. And that... Hi, did you like my impression of you?
It was pretty good.
And that same question applies to Canon as well. The love between him and Jessica and Ichan has just begun, but their emotions are pure. There's nothing standing in their way.
Grace, I remember when NJ was you in this episode, and how beautiful it was. Making all the observations, and yet...
killing us. I've already got a loving relationship!
The gold butterfly!
The relationship they've started might easily last for years, eventually resulting in marriage. There's nothing standing in their way either. As long as they don't seek approval from Kraus and Nazi, it seems that they will not need a magical miracle either. Exactly. Canon watched how Shannon lived and changed his own way of life. Then he let his true feelings be known and started a relationship with Jessica and Ichan. There's no need for magic anymore. For a one-sided love, then he might need a love charm or something. But their feelings are already mutual. They've already communicated their intentions to one another. So why do they still need a magical miracle?
Both furniture were in relationships of mutual love. There shouldn't have been any need for a miracle any longer. So why do they still desire some miracle? And on top of that, the single brooch was portrayed as bestowing only a single miracle. It felt almost as though Shannon was hesitating because if she used up that miracle for herself, Canon's chances at love would be automatically sealed away for eternity.
So this is the question. Why is furniture not allowed to love? So you ask why love will not be permitted without the miracle known as magic. And also, though the furniture laments with such certainty that they're unable to love, its golden butterfly brooch is supposedly supposed to give them permission to do it. Just what on earth is it? Of course, it is a crystallization of magic. However, like most magics, it can be burnt by the anti-magic toxin. So it can only have an effect for those who believe in magic and witches. Correct. So, Shannon, who was capable of interacting with it, was able to make use of its benefits. However, if Shannon had dropped it on a sandy beach and someone who knew nothing who picked it up, if that person was shrouded in the anti-magic toxin, they wouldn't be able to make use of the brooch's magic power. Of course, taking a break from the scene of me talking to myself for another scene of me talking for myself for another scene of me talking to myself.
I'm so sorry this episode is so bad for you. It is all focused on all your characters.
This is the Adrian show now.
Yeah.
And occasionally you get a monologue.
Yeah, occasionally I do get a long-ass monologue, either in the Locked Room Torment Nexus, or on the rare occasion that we cut back to Battler and Erica's game.
Precisely. A witch's magical items often lose their power if they are not handed over directly. However, just how a witch can manifest herself, its existence is acknowledged by a great many humans, and the anti-magic toxin disappears. The power of that magical item can also be preserved if it is believed in by a great many humans.
I love when the text stutters and we just have to deal with it.
Yeah. That's ironic. No matter what kind of magic we witches give out, everything depends on whether the human we give it to can accept it. I've heard that the same goes for medicine. Even the exact same medicine, humans who know the medicine's effect experience it to a greater degree.
Referenced in episode 1 or 2, I think.
I think so. Oh, I think I understand. When taking cold medicine, I've gotten the feeling that it's more effective when you read the description on the bottle.
As she listened, Beato thought that magic sounded a bit like a ritual. When most humans think of magic, they think of incredible miracles being performed one after another in front of a crowd of other humans. However, this true magic that the older sister spoke of sounded almost like a ritual, something that has no effect if the person using it doesn't believe. Shannon's heart was captured by George bit by bit as he grew by leaps and bounds. However, she had given up, thinking that one of a different class, such as herself, would never find love with him. That was when Beatrice had given her the golden butterfly brooch and encouraged her. Giving up means that you've got zero chance of success. However, if the power of magic makes you think there might be some chance of your wish coming true, then the odds of it happening are at least greater than zero. Zero remains zero forever, so miracle is a fitting word to describe even a faint chance coming into existence.
Staring at my estradiol bottle for no particular reason. No, but I'm actually, like, fine. Hashtag brag, but I knock things over with my ass more now, and it's annoying. My condolences.
I love you. You're so beautiful.
This is the price that we pay. Ass having warriors. Humans can use magic to defeat resignation.
I have zero ass, so I can't relate.
Yeah, sorry, you're not welcome in the club.
I'm the bearer of flat ass and the curse. And every time I talk about that, everyone asks what the curse is about, and every time I have to clarify. It's the curse.
Yeah, it's really straightforward.
Yeah, it's the fucking curse. I shouldn't need to explain.
Humans can use magic to defeat resignation, the process by which they themselves make their probability of success zero.
I threw my tablet pen.
When a human refuses to give up, though their chances of success may be small, those chances do exist. And the more determined they become, the greater those odds rise.
Close to the microphone.
It was easy to imagine Shannon making earnest wishes upon that brooch. Sorry, I got distracted reading chat. It was easy to imagine Shannon making earnest wishes upon that brooch, believing in its effect, and trying little things over and over again to get George to like her.
The power of belief becomes magic. And those who make others believe are witches.
That's an interesting way to put it. If you think about it, it's true. Let's say a witch steps out into a spotlight, waves her staff in front of a crowd of onlookers, and makes a rabbit appear out of thin air. The many people who see it will surely assume it to be a sleight of hand. They might wonder at how it was accomplished, but they'll surely say that it couldn't have been real magic. And when they applaud, it will be for a splendid trick that only appeared to be magic. But what if? What if someone performed a sacred ceremony inside a great ancient temple in front of a crowd of believers, and ended up with the exact same result? Would any of the people there think it was a sleight of hand? In fact, in the ancient past, when magic tricks as a form of entertainment didn't even exist and divine spirits were worshipped, this would doubtlessly have been a miracle of magic.
In that case, could this here be magic? Well, now, what will be the first spell performed by the witch unable to use magic? Here I have an empty teacup. There's nothing inside it. Yes, it is empty. And then... you take it, turn it like this, and place it upside down on the table. And then, what next? Let's both close our eyes and chant the incantation.
It was the same magic that had been used to give Maria candies. Beato the Elder grinned and closed her eyes. When she saw this, Beato slowly chanted the incantation.
Come, try to remember what was inside the cup. Indeed. Come, try to remember what was inside the cup.
Sissy, do you know what was inside the cup?
Wet food? For me?
As she chanted, Beato slowly opened her eyes and made sure that the older sister was repeating her with her eyes closed. Then, a single gold butterfly appeared out of nowhere, fluttered down onto the overturned teacup, and scattered away in a golden splash.
May I open my eyes now?
Nope, that's Elder Beato.
May I open my eyes now? Yes! Please open your eyes and inspect the contents of the cup. Well now, let us see how well your first bit of magic has performed.
Taking her time and dragging out the suspense a little, the older sister lifted up the cup.
How is it?
When the cup was lifted up, there lay a single golden rose petal.
Does this count as magic? Yes, it does. You used magic to create a golden flower petal inside an overturned cup.
Golden Truth 2!
Golden truth! It was a splendid bit of magic. Without love, it cannot be seen. That much I understand. It may be viewed as a trick. It may also be believed to be magic. It all depends on the toxin of the individual. Then again, while this can explain some of the magic that's been used in the past, can't explain everything. To get back to that point, all this stuff about believing in magic and rituals, it doesn't answer the question. What was this golden butterfly brooch which allowed the furniture strongly believe that they could not love to finally find love? If we blindly accept the story of those two Beatos as true, might we assume that magic had the power to cancel out their feelings of resignation? Why must all furniture fall in... Why mustn't furniture fall in love? Why is the power of the magical brooch necessary? As it does seem at a glance as though what you say in the betas is saying provide an answer, even as a vague one. However, let me say this as a reader. I can't accept this as you presented it. You cannot accept it, you say? The tragedy of those furnitures are struggling to resist is way too big to be explained away by that. I doubt they could reform their way of thinking just because they are given some charm for making relationship. It's true that the brooch gave Shannon the chance that she needed to get together with George Oni-chan. But sometime after that, she said she had wanted to deepen their relationship without borrowing the power of magic. She even tried to give the brooch back to Beato. At this point, she supposedly rejected the miracle of magic for a time. So why would that power be necessary again? Well, now, perhaps there is no way to say except that love and marriage are very different things.
Featherin laughed lightly. She had probably formed a theory of her own and was laughing at Anjay, who hadn't reached it yet.
Let me hear it. What's your view? I'd like to keep that to myself for just a little while longer.
Give the reader a chance to ponder over it.
And of course, watching you form doubts and let your mind race is... Sorry, just noise
Siren.
of car.
Yeah.
and let your mind race is one of the joys of being read aloud to. Very true. I confirm that.
Yeah. Grace, I loved watching you form doubts and let your mind race. It was one of the joys.
If I gave you my views, you would accept them and stop thinking. Then, having you read aloud would be no fun. So you're having me read a mystery novel you already know the answer to just so you can enjoy watching me blunder about? Well, I am the Witch of Theater Going. If you wish to laugh at my bad taste, please do not hold back, my Miko.
Oh, you loved all my doubts, did you? All of my mind racing was all fun. Numbers.
Wahahaha.
Have you heard the official voice-acted version of this line?
No.
It's really good. There's an audio post that goes around Tumblr that's just that. I'll have to find it at some point.
What does it sound like?
Wah ha ha ha. Pretty close to what you did. Very sarcastic. I understand that part of magic is created by a believing heart, and that magic probably permeates deep into the world of us humans as well. However, though it permeates so far, the power that dwells within magic is small. Lots of people visit shrines to pray for success on tests. However, people rarely credit such a visit as the reason for their success. By itself, praying does little more than give one peace of mind. And love, or even a small chance and a little bit of courage, can result in major changes. This power can sometimes bring about incredible transformations. However, would something like that really be enough to change the insurmountable fate of furniture? In the past, when Shannon and George were brought together, I imagine that the brooch's magical power functioned as little more than a ritualistic charm. However, by now, the magical power that the furniture seek from that brooch, it's not something as vague as a ritual. It feels much stronger, like a whole different interpretation of magic. If you believe in a sleight of hand, it becomes magic, but that's no more than a child's trick. And that only explains one part of magic. They are hoping for something. They're hoping for something with much, much more power. For true magic, not a sleight of hand.
So then, just what kind of magic is the furniture expecting from that brooch? The brooch!
And I think that's a great question to leave us off on. Unless you want to go... I think we can push a few more minutes to a chapter end if you would like. I can't tell you how long it's going to be, but I believe this is the final scene before a chapter break.
How long is the next bit of the scene?
I just told you that I don't know.
I'm gonna say no because I've been talking to myself for so long and my throat hurts.
Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah,
like I would if it were not for the fact that it would just be me talking to myself more right now.
Yeah, I understand.
Like if we went to it.
Yes, yeah, I get that. Yeah, so we'll call it here and just pick up next week, so we can leave that question as our little cliffhanger. What kind of magic is the furniture expecting from that brooch?
A golden butterfly brooch!
A golden butterfly. What could it mean? I guess we'll have to find out another time. Until then, my friends, have a good one, guys.
I love you.
We'll see you again next week.
May you crank it thrice.
Of the Torment Nexus.
Have a good one, guys.
Have a good one, guys. Thanks for hanging out.